Welcome back, travelers. Last we left off, we leave behind the Kaiar subsector and the planet of Kawa. What was meant to be a quick stop ended up being a harrowing ordeal, as Aloy and Aslan, led by Lord Koshke, chased after the Guild T and ambushed the planet in an attempt to recover the stolen artifacts. Lord Koshke did in fact succeed in recovering the golden tablets of Aloy, and the Guild T was left with a gut-shot Armand for their trouble. Yadir and Hamish, they rushed Armand into their small medbay, performed surgery. It's been a little bit of time since then, and he's stable for the most part, although he's in a coma, and he needs immediate medical attention. The Guilty is just not equipped. The scene right now is Cindy, Tula, whoever else is in the bridge. Some of them are staring through the window, looking at Armin's unconscious body with a ventilator attached to his mouth and his shirt undone, bandages, surgical equipment lying on table nearby, an empty stim needle lying on the counter in the medbay. The air is tense, uncertainty, and everybody's coming down from the harrowing ordeal. But the swirling blue and purple lights outside of the window indicate that we're in jump, and we're safe, and we're headed to Dunmarrow, a agricultural planet, under the protection of Caledon, where it's very unlikely that we can expect any kind of pursuers to attack you here. At least that's the hope. Keegan's been spending most of his time in the engineering bay after the incident. The ship's holding together well enough, although we're probably overdue for maintenance at this point. After the ship catcher incident coming into Kawa, a lot of the electrical systems have been blown out. The engines are worn, having been replaced with all sorts of spare parts. All in all, the ship's held together with duct tape, feels like. But everybody's alive. During jump, is there anything anybody would like to do, talk about?
Boone is going to have made a cup of tea and brought it to Armin. Since apparently we are keeping him alive, he obviously needs liquids.
Thank you, Finn. I'll make sure he gets it.
But I'm just gonna pour it down his throat. If I open his mouth.
No, I'll deal with that. Just like I'm dealing with all of the scientists in the cargo bay. This one's mine now, too. But
They don't
you
get
make
tea.
me
You guys said he's crew.
Yes.
Only crew
He's
gets
part
tea.
of
The rest
plan.
of them pay.
Yes, very much. They will pay. Foon, can you make me a cup of tea?
Okay. Finn's gonna go try to make an extra strong batch of tea
Oh, God.
for the doctor.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll for it because I can.
Yeah.
What did we decide tea making was?
Steward.
Steward.
Intereducation.
Intereducation. That's what I was trying to remember. Whether it was... I've been doing education for it, so I'll continue doing education for it.
It's strong.
It's a little strong. It makes your teeth chatter.
Thank you, Foon. that hit the spot.
I'm glad. You'll stay awake now.
Oh, yes.
Well, Blanc is going to be pouring through online catalogs looking for motorcycles.
Okay. Yadir is currently locked away in his room. After the surgery, he dipped away for a little bit to recover, as he puts it. So,
He must have had another nosebleed. I should go yowl outside his office.
That's fine.
I think Moira moved her hammock down into the engineering bay to just sleep there in case of an emergency. And you guys have not really seen much of her as she's just been trying to help Keegan, although she did emerge to basically fabricate a false identity for Armand at one point, spending as many days as you think that would take, Faust.
that's fine. During the week, coming up with a fake identity just in case you feel the need to use it once we get to Dunmarrow. It's okay with me. Keegan's been pretty somber and quiet working on the engineering bay. Sorry, what'd you say?
No, and I think Moira's been watching him, and I think she's being overly jovial and trying to make him laugh, but I don't know if it's really succeeding.
Yeah, he'll lean back, wiping some mystery grease, which you don't know where this comes from. Most of the machines in here don't use that kind of thing. He's wiping it on his hands and in a rag. Oh, God. Hey, Moira, I think we need maintenance, like real soon. I mean, this ship's a mess. This ship's not going to last much longer. I think I've said that before. We got that spare part, but I kind of had to install that in a jiffy. I ain't making no promises that anything's going to be right as we get back to Caledon. At least we're back in civilized places.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same place. I've been worried about her for I don't even know how long now. The damn thing seems to be falling apart every time we land on a new planet, and we seem to be getting into some sort of fucking problems every time we land, which is not making it better. Those things that stuck to us, that was a fun time, but all our electrical work's gone, and that has to be like almost fully rewired or ripped out piece by piece. But I hate doing power work, even though I'm trained on it. And I don't know about you, I just prefer not getting shocked by a ship that decides wants to fight back when I'm trying to do maintenance. But I agree. Most likely on Dunmarrow, we're gonna have to stay on the ship. I doubt I'm leaving. I'm just gonna be here, either going out to get parts or helping you in any way I can.
Well, I hope we at least get to Caledon. Damn.
I figured a T's got a couple more jumps left in her, but it'll be a photo finish whether or not the last jump, results in us actually landing the thing or coming skidding to a halt somewhere. Hopefully, it's not the latter.
Shit.
I think she just kind of goes over into her own area of the ship, and she's finishing up Armin's actual false identity. And the doctor, you get a message on your device, and you are able to look at the false identity as Moira shoots you over the proof.
Tattoo artist. Why a tattoo artist? I don't understand that. That's fine. Huh. Okay. Hey, Moira, can we shift his age by 1 year?
Which direction?
Either. He shouldn't be the same age he is now.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, sure. I'll drop him by 2, and he just looks older, because, space does that to people.
Right.
Sure.
It does, doesn't it?
She kind of glances down at herself and just looks back into the PDA. Yeah, it does.
So you shift him down to 17. Give him a fake identity.
He'll have to get Foon to buy him beer.
That's not going to go over well, but that's fine.
Only tea for you, sir.
Towards the end of the jump, in one of the later hours, when most people are asleep, the med bay door will open, Hamish, while you're sitting there, and Cindy will peer in. Are you okay? Do you need anything?
Oh no, I'm good. How about you? Kind of late.
It's hard to sleep.
Yeah.
I mean, you sleep much less than I do. And she walks in and picks up the stim, one of the stim needles, takes a look at it. You use these a lot. It's a little worrying.
Fear not. It's under control.
We all appreciate what you do here. Armin appreciates it too.
Well, he has to get out of his coma, which isn't happening here. We'll be in Dunmarrow soon enough. I can relax and rest. How about you? It was bad on Kawa. Real bad.
She walks over to the counter, sits against it. I took one of the pistols from the ship's locker. When Tula and I were in the stateroom, I was thinking that I didn't want her to be subjected to the same ordeal. I would have spared her from that.
I can understand that.
I'm just glad you guys showed up when you did. If you weren't around, Hamish, nobody would be able to take care of these people. So you need to take care of yourself, okay?
Well, I know I have you looking out for me.
She sighs and she opens up one of the waste bins, tosses a needle in. Get some sleep.
Well, I just have to deal with the Tonto. You want to join me?
What do you mean?
Deal with the Tonto crew.
Oh. Certainly.
Everybody's asleep. It's good enough time to take care of them.
Of course. And she will go and assist you with the daily rituals around taking care of the Tonto crew. And a slow week passes.
Boon's gonna be studying Advocate during that week.
Yep, if you do any weekly training, go ahead and get that in now.
Navigation.
And he's also going to be following around, since the doctor's looking tired, and forcing tea on him all the time.
I never look tired. I'm always chipper. Well, for about 25, 24, 23 hours.
Well, whatever. Okay, he's going to be forcing tea on the doctor.
Thank you, Food.
Every time he sees him.
Thank you, Food.
Whether or not it's caffeinated or supposed to make you fall asleep, it sort of doesn't matter, because he just goes, he ping-pongs them back and forth between the two. Not sure what you're supposed to receive.
On the last day of the jump, everybody takes their usual positions. Armand is strapped down just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And we come out of the jump space. All in front of you are the millions, billions, trillions of stars dotting the sky.
Ooh.
Not too long into this, there's an immediate ping. Somebody reads your transponder codes. Seems to be the Caledonian defense ships that are here defending Dunmarrow. They immediately give you a green light, and you can head into the system. The star is a bright, silver shining star. And it doesn't take you very long to fly in to the Dunmarrow space station pictured.
Ooh.
Dunmarrow. Yeah, it's beautiful. Dunmarrow, according to your library, is a Caledonian client state. Most of its landmass is dedicated solely to the agricultural production that feeds a lot of the systems in Caledon. And as such, there is a very high amount of security here. As you get closer, you are directed to one of the small docks towards the top of the station. You can approach the massive structure, and as you're guided into the dock, you'll watch massive steel doors unlatch, pull open, and allow you to enter. Similarly here, as in many other places that you've seen, magnetic clamps will come from the top of the hangar and from the lower end and attach the guillotine, holding it in place, mostly suspending it. And as the doors close behind you, the pressure is restored, gravity is restored, and you're allowed to leave your ship. Although a bit of documentation that arrives lets you know that before the day is up, docking fees of 3,000 credits per week must be paid. And there is several offices on many different floors and administrations that you can go to. There's also a few screens. They seem to cater to long-time stays, people that are here to both do trading and enjoy some of the, entertainments that different systems will put on for travelers. And one thing that you'll notice is an advertisement for, it seems, an Aslan entertainment trope, or troupe. They seem to be performers. They've landed recently and are putting on shows on one of the mid-level bars and hotels. Seem to be quite well regarded. Seems to be a recent advertisement.
Does Foon recognize anything about these?
No, I don't think so.
Performance?
They're likely just a random group of Aslan travelers that put on entertainments.
Okay.
Their name is Troke. It's something like dancing storytellers or something like that, translates to. As you touch down, Cindy quickly will go in and help you, whoever else, with getting Armand ready to unload.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, contact the nearest full hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Let them know we have a crew member who's been injured and needs significant care.
Sure.
Foon will go along to help carry or lift things. Are we allowed to have any weapons on this world? It seemed like it was not allowed at all.
Let me check the law level for Dunmarrow. machine guns and automatic rifles are prohibited. Seems like
So no grenade launchers.
no grenade launchers, but pistols, rifles, shotguns.
Mono blades allowed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Phaser,
Happy kitty.
armor.
Right.
Yes.
You can walk around kitted out if you want to. You'll
Foon
notice.
is going to be.
You'll notice that there aren't many people doing so. You'll find that's typically an Aslan thing. Our Aslan are more kitted out than the humans are. Once you unload Armin from the ship, the medical team that you contacted, Hamish, they will come in with stretchers, machinery, and they'll be waiting for you at the edge of your ramp.
Fantastic.
One doctor, he strolls in after everybody has come in, and he barely pays attention to you for a while, tapping away at his tablet before he looks up at the crew. Good afternoon, Dr. Brent Mayhole. I'll be in charge of your patient here. Mind if we walk and talk?
Let's walk and talk.
As you're walking. So what exactly happened here?
Ran into a bit of trouble on Kawa, an Aslan raid.
He stops, and he looks at you. Excuse me?
Kawa?
There was a raid on Kawa?
Yes.
Good God, man. That's the first thing you should have
psycho.
mentioned.
That's some psychopath railing about family honor, whatever. Yeah, our steward here got shot. 0 vitals when I got him to med bay, but we were able to pull him through. It's been touch and go since. Here are the relative facts, and bounce it over to his thing.
He stops one of the Caledonian guards, and he says something to him, basically, to alert the administration that there was an attack on Kawa. That's huge news. But then he looks back. Okay, that makes sense. All right. We'll get him on the surgery table.
Thank you.
Foon's gonna be like, do I need to lift him?
No,
By the way,
they
Foon
haven't
is
been.
completely kitted out. Cloth armor, multiple blades. He looks like he's going to war.
Yeah,
He's
soon.
just missing his grenade launcher.
Yeah, they got him. They have him. I'll go with him. And Hamish will tap his phaser that he's got clipped to his belt just to let Foon know he's armed.
Okay. Foon is gonna lean over to the doctor, the other doctor, and go,
And,
I think our doctor needs some sleep.
Well,
So he's gonna try to get you locked out.
thank you.
he turns to you. I'm sorry. Who exactly are you?
Oh,
Me?
Oh.
I am Foon.
I suppose I should
Hi.
ask both of you. Who is this crew? The Guild
well,
T.
I'm the Guild T. Yes, I'm the doctor. Foon is our.
Well,
Actually,
I have
Foon's
many
our-
Representative.
Yeah, he's our representative. He's our salesperson.
I sell tea to many people.
Yes.
Do you like tea? We can show you lots of different types of tea that we have, including one that glows.
As could
I'll
I.
look at
We
Dr.
grow,
Mayhole and just nod a little bit of a yes.
we grow several types of plants on the surface. We do enjoy tea.
Oh no.
But you come outside of the medical center, and you can see that it's a very well-equipped place. Double automatic doors that open up into a long stretch of hallway with several branching doors heading out. Nurses and doctors moving around. After a certain point, he turns to you. I'll have to stop you here.
No, I understand.
I can recommend a few lodgings for you. There's entertainment all throughout the station.
This is my personal comm number. Please just keep me apprised of my patients. status.
Of course. I will let you know as soon as we have any more information.
Thank you. Feel free to
Since-
contact me anytime.
Foon's gonna turn to our doctor and go, does this mean we're waking everyone else up for a walk?
I have to contact the hospital about that.
Aren't we talking to the hospital?
That's the trauma team. So I will call perhaps the less expensive hospital, because I'm sure a standard doc in the box can do physiotherapy. Actually, why don't I just do that? Look for a physiotherapist.
I imagine that something like that is here, and we have auto docks. We have several clinics on different parts of the ship. The ones at the higher level are off limits to you. These seem to be relegated to military, scouts, administrators. But there are plenty of facilities that you can access that are available to travelers. And there's also the Travelers' Aid Society, but they don't care about you.
Mm-hmm. Not yet. One day.
So you go, and you can really go and find whatever accommodations you need. As for lodgings, there are public hotels, typically around the middle deck. You take elevators up and down the station, and the view is very beautiful. The planet of Dunmarrow is Earth-like. It has wide, expansive oceans and rolling green fields all through the planet. And as you're here, notably, nothing happens to you. There's a calm here of people going about their business in a well-defended high port that leaves you in a state of feeling like you're in a different place, like you're in a safe little box. A bit cramped, though.
Less cramped than the Guild Tea.
No, yeah, of course.
I'll find me a physiotherapist and a hotel, cheapish hotel that has stateroom or has rooms for 18 people.
Okay.
See if I can get a discount rate since I have 18.
Truth
We
be
can have
told,
cots.
What a
lined
group
up.
rate.
Well, great.
Truth be told, they're probably going to split you up among several different places when you come and say this. And actually, if you go and explain that you have these scientists, it takes you almost no time at all before the Caledonian officials start reaching out to you from the administrative.
Hi.
It takes
Perfect. That's what we want.
They'll contact you, and it's a very quick exchange. Did you just say you have Caledonian scientists on fast drug in your cargo hold?
Well, yes. 15 of them. They were from the Tonto. The Tonto was captured by Aslan slavers, turned into a weapon of mass destruction, which they fired at Ia.
We've
Which
heard
Marlheim
about the
fired at
Tonto
Ia.
incident on Ia. My word. And quickly, your hangar will be almost swamped with both administrators and medical teams and soldiers.
Oh.
Keegan's outside the day like, what the fuck? Hold on, everybody, back up. And then he just gets like pushed aside.
Food will have prepared a tea selection and set up a little booth. And is offering tea to all these people that are assisting.
Okay.
They got the steward role somewhere in there.
Wow.
Are they like combing the ship, Faust? Or...
No, they're not combing the ship. They're not like forcing their way on, but they are basically demanding that they're allowed to get in and see these Caledonian scientists that you have.
Yeah. Bring them in. I say, they have to be woken now. Otherwise, they're going to start suffering.
Stinking.
Well, no, they're going to start actually suffering degradation to their musculoskeletal system.
Yeah, absolutely. And they agree with you 100%. So in about an hour or two, you have full medical teams situated in the
Huh?
cargo bay, or mostly the crates have been brought out into the larger hangar, and one by one they will
Mm.
start bringing the Caledonian scientists uh, out of stasis, which
Oh, wow.
looks like one by one people sitting up in their crates and then vomiting all over the grate on the floor
Yeah.
as they recover from the sickness.
Yeah, I could have told those guys that.
After,
Ew.
oh yeah, it's
I
horrible.
thought humans were stinky before.
Well, but soon, at least it's not inside the guilty. Look at the positive side.
Yeah, it's
Foon
just
is
all
deserted his
surrounding it,
box and goes
like a
inside.
moat.
Yeah, it's an unpleasant bit of time before each of the Caledonian scientists are up and awake.
Mm.
And several of the medical team will come and question you about, the
What?
lacerations and bruises and...
Yep. Yep. Give them all the medical records. Here you go.
Right.
Here is a rather obnoxious 105 days worth of medical records
And
for each one of them.
none of them blame you. In fact,
Mm.
they seem to have at least heard of the IA incident. Enough time has passed for that news to travel. And, recognizing you as those people, you're actually given quite a bit of respect and authority among these medical teams. So, once all of the scientists are awake and past the sickness,
Oh,
a few
good.
of them will come and bow to you and offer their thanks for getting them this far. Although they're not exactly happy about being beaten up and seeing a few bullet holes in their crates. That's a bit of a question.
Well, tell everyone what? Tell everyone this. In 3 days, let's all have a dinner and I'll explain what happened.
Certainly. Caledon from here will take a lot of the responsibility for housing them, treating them,
Oh, thank goodness.
lingering wounds and things like that. They take that all from your hands, and an administrator, a portly man, long hair, he comes down and he offers his sincerest thanks to you and the rest of the guilty for what you've done, because I recognize that bringing these humans here like this was quite a bit of work, and they recognize that.
I think Moira waits for a good time in the conversation, and sir, look, if you don't mind me asking, we're obviously going to be looking for something in regards to bringing these scientists back, and but for the most part, we want the ship that we're currently on to be able to make it to how shall we say, Caledon itself. Would you be able to have any maintenance crew for the time being, at the very least, come by our ship and help us do some basic maintenance and repairs?
Roll a. Let me see. Should have pulled up somebody's sheet. I think it would be like admin or
Admin?
something like that with a
Cool. I have
boon.
I have admin. I have with a
Admin
boon.
with
Okay,
charm,
that's
maybe?
awesome.
Oh, God.
I think admin charm with a boon
No,
sounds good. Or
yeah. It says I can use education or charm, but if you're saying charm, that's fine.
education works for me as well.
Okay, that one's better.
Moira, just as she says that, we'll get a ping on her data pad.
Thank God for the boon.
Yeah.
Hmm?
The administrator, he
Oh.
looks up at your scout ship and he nods as you say this to him. I can see you've really been through quite a harrowing ordeal.
Oh, we have, and I'll walk up and, shake his hand. Hamish, Hamish and Nary. Your name?
Mont Blanc.
Mont Blanc. Understand, Administrator, that we had to stack them the way we had to stack them because we were the only ship available to get them off the rod.
No judgment to you. After going through your logs and hearing the account, I can see that it hasn't been a very easy trip for you. And to do this in the name of the Caledonian government, you have our sincerest thanks, truly.
Thank you. Oh, certainly.
As for maintenance, I believe something like that can be arranged for such a small ship that's barely a drop in the water.
Thank you. That is very kind of you.
Of course.
The final settlement on transport, will we deal with that in Caledon or here?
I believe that the Principality will want to address you directly. Unfortunately, we don't have the authority to grant any kind of payment for this kind of thing.
That's fine. I'm well aware that the
absolutely understandable.
systems have, yes, their protocols.
He rubs the back of his neck as he looks over the ship. We have an extensive fleet of far traders here. We may be able to help you with transportation if you don't want to carry them in your cargo hold for much longer.
Well, Foon heard that and jumps out. You mean we can get rid of some of the humans?
I understand it's
Really?
probably a great strain on your life support systems.
Really?
Yes.
We have, yes, like I said,
You see,
Will the humans be gone?
I operate in the authority of the Caledonian government, at least in my limited capacity here on Dunmarrow. We have the right to use our far traders as we see fit in the best manner that we can. I think this qualifies, absolutely.
and Administrator, I think the scientists would much prefer actually having a stateroom to be able to sleep in.
Yes.
I agree.
Well, yes. No. Fast is... It doesn't actually knock you out, despite what some doctors may say. You get flashes. It's like dreaming, but it's what's happening around you.
A few of the scientists have already requested psychological aid, so I can understand they don't want to be put under any more stress.
I tried to comfort them as much as I could, but...
You mean spraying them and singing "Smelly Human, Be Gone" was probably not comforting?
Well, fortunately, you weren't helping me take care of them then, so...
Only once. Then you
No.
banned me.
That you're aware of.
God.
Moira pulls up her... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Moira looks at that ping that you sent, while at the same time, basically sending the administrator just a quick airdrop of all of the parts that Keegan's been putting a list together of.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm not saying we want all of it, Administrator. I'm just saying we need the stuff that keeps us flying.
Yeah, the ping, which would have been before he noted he can't deal with it, was the simple fact we've transported them 12 jumps, or it'd actually be 9 jumps at the moment. That's a lot of money for 15 people.
It is. So, again, Moira's kind of under the belief here that Caledon is where the bank will be paying us, but she would, at the very least, not to have a terrified Keegan in the engineering bay for the next several weeks as we get back.
Yeah.
Right, and the maintenance fees are, for your scout ship, a drop in the bucket. With your current status here, well, I think we can go ahead and waive that and just go ahead and get our maintenance done.
Cool. So Moira will stay on the ship doing supervisory work, just basically walking all the engineers through all the quick fixes her and Keegan had been doing, so they don't lose a hand when they pull out a part that we randomly put into a place to try to fix a problem that was only probably fixable in the place we are now.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the mechanics, he will reach in and pull out, a part from your maneuver drive, and he'll hold his, This is an XT-14. We don't even make these. These were made like over 200 years ago. Where the hell did you get something like this?
I don't want to, like necessarily say that we've been scrounging very hard, but we've been scrounging pretty hard.
Needs must when the devil drives.
He gives you the most sympathetic look. No, I think we can do much better than this.
I'm certainly hoping you can, because to be perfectly frank, I'm surprised we even got here.
It seems like a miracle that you did. No, don't worry. We're gonna help you get home.
And I think Moira then, like the very last thing that she shows them is our battered life support system.
Oh yeah. Strained to
very-
the absolute
very
limits.
She's just like actually looks a little bit ashamed at all the hot fixes that they had to do as she's pulling it apart and just explaining all the ways that it's barely functioning. Just, yeah, I'm sorry about that one. Yeah, I know that's not supposed to produce oxygen normally. Like,
You're ashamed. They're impressed. They're marveling at. They find this like an interesting case study on keeping a ship going with what you have available as long as possible. And they'll come in and Keegan's sitting there. He looks a little depressed, but they'll come in and he like looks up, and they look down. Oh, you're the engineer for the crew. This is amazing. The work that you've done here is fantastic. And they'll bombard him with technical questions that he can't answer. But the entire time he's like, oh yeah, I did that. Yeah, hell yeah. Living it up, and the attention seems to cheer him up.
yeah,
a little bit.
Moira's just all smiles in the background. Mission successful, but at the same time, she's herself just kind of sad and happy that she doesn't have to do all the work anymore, as she's just directing people and helping to do general supervising, recognizing she doesn't work in this bay in their facility. She doesn't know where everything is, so she's just trying to not be in their way all the time.
Right. As the day carries on, is there anything anybody would like to do before we close out?
If they're wandering around the ship still, Foon will be following around, making sure they're not planning on staying.
You're just telling them you don't live here,
There's a mechanic head deep into a machine and just so you're not planning on staying, right?
Pretty much. It's I'll give you tea if you leave. After you fix
Foon is his own
everything.
kind of no.
Yes.
Nose traumatized. She's been smelling stinky humans he's been
Does
smelling
that
it for
count
so
as
long.
an anti-steward role?
We don't take passengers.
Mm.
No,
Passengers
no.
just have to pay lots and lots of money
Mm.
and tea and
No,
not smell and be willing to bathe as often as Foon tells them.
Oh, we're so beyond passengers. Well, with no more medical people to look for or take care of, Hamish suddenly has nothing to do.
Yep. That's kind of what I'm driving at, is that once everything kind of clears up, you find yourselves alone in your ship or in your hangar or on the station, and you can just relax. At least for
Foon
the
is
night.
going to start cleaning the ship
Okay.
and singing Humans Be Gone, yelling at the top of his lungs as he cleans the ship, which might not be conducive to sleep, but he's jubilant.
Oh.
Oh my god, only 5 of my songs work.
Oh.
This sucks.
I think Moira tells everyone who wants to join that she's dragging Keegan to a bar, and they're both going to get blackout drunk.
You know what, Moira?
I'm cleaning!
That sounds like a fantastic idea.
Good.
Let's go.
I was hoping people would help us pick up rounds.
Keegan,
Yeah.
You steely-eyed bastard.
Well,
Let's go get this fucking whiskey.
you know the way to my heart, Doc. Yeah, god damn it. I'm ready. Ready to get drunk.
Boon's gonna kick even LeBlanc off the ship and then spray everything down.
I'm gonna go look for motorcycles.
It's gonna throw him out with the other group.
Oh, you sure, Foon? I was gonna nap.
Mm.
Nope, Foon's
That's-
cleaning everyone's room, regardless whether they want it or not.
Okay, don't mess with my motorcycle catalogs.
Is Cindy coming with us?
Sure. And they'll even bring Tula if you allow it.
Okay, yeah, bring Tula. No, not
I'm
sure.
gonna run to the
Tula-
vending machine to get Tula a candy bar. It worked last time.
Yeah, we should replace the vending machine with something new. Pinball machine.
A tea machine.
Tea machine. No, we got food.
Who?
I'm thinking pinball.
Yep.
It really bothers me that I don't have access to my music.
Foon is gonna place an order for cleaning supplies and for cleaners to come, and request that the cleaners not be human.
Well,
How does he do that?
you can put in a request for a cleaner to come. The human part is a little tricky because they're all pretty much human here. You guys are free to substitute your own music. But anyway, you head down to one of the bars, and Cindy will have seen the advertisements with Tula that an entertainment troupe is here. And, you know, she stares at the advertisement for a minute, but, you know, like, takes a deep breath and then sighs and turns. We should go take a look at this. This looks like fun.
I'll walk up, put my hand on her shoulder. Yeah, I mean, Foon's tea making is about the only Aslan art I've seen. It'd be interesting to see what they're...
It says here that they have Jesla with them. Have you heard of the Jesla?
just
Like the car?
I think it was a J. I
Here.
don't know. I don't think I've heard it.
That was in character.
Yeah.
I don't think they have Teslas in the future, Todd. But you can head down and take
Yeah.
a look. And as you enter into it's surprisingly large common room for this bar here. And they have advertisements all on the place for the Savage Main, a reproduction of a Aslan romantic, basically like a swashbuckling tale that's been popular for several hundreds of years now in the space.
Ooh, I'm gonna calm Foon. Foon?
Yes.
They're putting on a recreation of the show The Savage Main. Did you want to come see it?
Okay, just let me talk to the cleaners for a second. All right, guys.
Wait.
No human smell. All right? Get rid of all the human smell.
What, do you want us in a vac suit while we're cleaning your ship?
Well, I mean, there's just been so much human smell everywhere.
Right,
It
and
won't go away.
look, we're happy to clean for you, but I don't think the dried blood on the wall is going to be coming off anytime soon. I mean, we can try, but that's going to take industrial strength cleaner.
Ask the people that were paying for our maintenance if they'll pay for it too.
My God, there's vomit between the grates.
Thank you. We are so grateful. If you make it smell better, that would be amazing. Okay, I'm coming, guys.
And as Foon walks down the ramp, one of the guys reaches up and pulls on a panel near the top of the cargo bay, and a bucket load of sand falls on him, and he crashes down onto the ground.
Oh, that's for my baths. Oh well, I'll get more sand somewhere else. Bye,
Yeah.
guys. Thank you.
You and several of the scientists that are well enough to move around are also going to be viewing this show. And here's a Jesla. As you come in, you can see them. They're they seem to have 4 arms, and their feet are actually seem to be arms as well. And they've transformed this common area into an almost acrobatic stage, where there are grav like rods that are positioned that seem to be floating in stationary in the air. And you'll see the Jesla dancing around, reaching up, grabbing onto these rods and pulling themselves up very gracefully, and dancing and doing acrobatics among these. While on the floor, there are Aslan entertainers
Oh.
that are moving about, performing, interpretive dance or reciting passages of the Savage Main and recreating them in the background as they occur. And surrounding this central area, the central stage, is tables, booths, bars. Find your place and get comfy.
Okay, well, we'll sit down and order around for the group.
Sure.
Foon comes in through the door at the back, finds the group, and goes, "You guys are all drinking the evil liquid. This whole room smells like the evil liquid."
Well, Foon, you're more than welcome to go to a park somewhere where there's less human smell. But tonight, my buddies, and I'll put my arms around Cindy, Keegan, and try to grab Moira and LeBlanc on either end if I can.
I don't
Tonight-
think your arms are that long.
No, they're not.
Try is the key word there.
Yeah, try. Tonight was about us. Sorry.
Foon is gonna.
Here, Foon, order some really spicy chai tea and hold that under your nose.
Oh my word.
Foon will do so. Wonders if the people even have that there.
Welcome back, Perlo. You here?
Hey, the Dares joined us. Firewater for the man.
Yep, I'm here.
Watch
glad
out
you're
for
here.
those blades.
Yep, I'm here. All right.
Cleaners kicked you out of the place too? Huh.
You might have
That's
missed
good.
it, but the Jesla are being used today.
Oh, yay.
Oh, interesting.
So, Yadir, you have been recovering from the week in Jump. Just to recap what we just did, Armand has been transported to a hospital. The maintenance on the ship is underway and also being cleaned as per request from Foon. So as you emerge from your stateroom, you'll find the guilty empty, but there's a cleaner doing some mopping in the halls between the staterooms. And he'll look back at you. Oh, I didn't realize there was somebody already here. Your friends went down to the mid-decks. They're putting on a show down there. I think they're wanting to celebrate.
Yes, that does sound like them. Apologies. As he'll kind of like get all his stuff on and like cover his face and get all of his traditional clothing and. Well, actually, no, he doesn't have any traditional clothing left. Yeah, he'll have his like basic worker's attire and like just cover his face up with scarves and bandages, and he'll make his way down to you guys. Also, side note, I'm trying to get the link to the thing going, and it's not.
Use the bottom one, the last one.
1 second.
This one right here.
Number
I just
2.
posted it.
Okay.
And just to catch you up, like I said, the Aslan have brought a troop of the Jesla with them, and they are putting on a show of the Savage Main in the common area of one of the bars. in the middeck. And you'll find them, your crew, probably maybe an hour in with Keegan in the back. And he's screaming, "And did I tell you how we beat the giant psychic tree? Y'all want to know how we beat the giant psychic tree? I'll tell you how we beat the goddamn psychic tree. Foon got up there and shot it with a laser, and then I think somebody whispered to it, and he points at, hey, it's our whisper. And he, points at Yadir as he comes in. Please forgive me, my voice is so fucked I can't do Keegan properly.
No, you're good. Yadir will kind of look at Keegan and go, defeats is a strong word. Survived would be a word most fitting.
Ah, we kicked that tree's ass.
Dear, the
Do
man.
trees have asses?
Two trees ass.
No, not exactly.
It did when we were done with it.
Logically.
But Keegan's saying we kicked its ass, so
Oh,
therefore it must have had an ass.
What do you think
I don't
acorns
recall
are,
it having
Foon?
an ass. I must think about this.
So, is there anything that makes Aslan drunk?
Aslan
Alcohol.
don't handle alcohol well, is
Right,
from what
but
I read.
they may have something else that makes them equivalent.
Catnip?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Maybe.
catnip.
Tula and Cindy and the rest, they enjoy the show. As the Aslan dance around, they bring in humans occasionally from the crowd, join them. Or humans can come in, they have dance floors set up and things like that. One passes by the table as you're all talking and will come up and, offer a hand down to Cindy and Tula, but Cindy has a negative reaction. She kind of leans back and wide eyes for a second before turning away. And the Aslan, he'll come by. My dear, did I scare you? I'm sorry. You do not look well. Are you all right?
I'll step over to Cindy real quick and put my hand on her shoulder and say, "Oh, no, it's fine. Should I go with you?"
If you wish. I apologize for disturbing you.
No, that's fine.
Foon's
Give
gonna
Cindy a
go.
slight squeeze and go with the Aslan.
Foon's gonna take Hamish's seat.
He'll bring
I
you
will
out.
protect you, Cindy.
Oh God.
He'll bring you
I think
out
I did.
and show you around the stage and try to get you into the performance. If you want to make a performer's check, that could be fun. It's mostly just playing around. And as music pours through the
karaoke.
tavern, and yeah, karaoke is set up in the side. Scientists unwind after their grueling ordeal under fast drug. And the night, for what it is, can wear on. You'll look back and you'll see Jesla jostling Hamish around, lifting him up onto the rods, and one even grabs him by the hands and lifts him up onto one of the grav rods and carries him along. Just abusing the poor man. And the night can wear on.
Okay, for art performer for karaoke. Enter education.
Enter charm, I suppose.
Charm? Ooh, even better.
Mm.
It's cold outside. There's no kind of atmosphere.
It's really frustrating about my music. I can't get over it.
Are we doing singing now?
Just a small town boy. Yeah. Well,
On a Saturday night.
in the morning, as you all, you've probably been kicked out of the guild tea while maintenance and cleaning are occurring, so lodgings have to be found, but that's well enough. The scientists are split up among several of the decks in the different lodgings, and you all are given rooms much bigger, more refined than your stateroom on the guild tea, if you were lucky enough to get a stateroom on the guild tea. After, an hour or two after breakfast, Hamish, since you were the one that gave the doctor the comm information, he contacts you, and in a bit of an ominous way, he requests you to meet him in the hospital office.
Okay. On my way, I'll throw some clothes on, brush my teeth real fast. Oh, God. Grab some Tylenol. And some more water. And a little more water. And
Hey, Hamish,
head
you
out.
want some bacon?
I'll head on over. I figure it's just a medical thing.
Bacon denied.
Bacon denied. But move quickly.
The hospital office that you find, Dr. Mayhole, he's standing out reading over one of his tablets, and he looks tired. The hospital is fairly unpopulated at the moment, and as you come in through the automatic doors, he gestures you into his office. Thank you for coming. I just wanted to go over a few things with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He'll go and sit across from you at his desk. So your crew member, we performed surgery and we've done the best we can for him. He's going to make a full recovery, although I recommend that you stay for at least another 2 or 3 days to give him time to be ready to move up and move around. In fact, his recovery is almost miraculous. For the type of wound that he has, it's impressive. So I wanted to ask you about the type of equipment and the medical procedures that you have available to you on the Guild T.
Bad. I've used almost everything that I brought from Caledon.
That's
My
what
supplies were tapped, and
that's what
that's
I
why we
figured. So, which brings me to my next question. And he opens up a folder and extends medical charts to you, like x-rays and things like that. And he lays them out. You'll see here that the round passed clean through his stomach to the point that it should have passed through his esophagus. He should not have a working stomach right now, and yet, as we were performing the surgery, we noticed that the organ had repaired itself in the trajectory of where the bullet had passed through, to the point that it doesn't seem that it was damaged at all. So, I'm assuming that you don't have nanotechnology and things like that aboard your ship that are capable of repairing organs in this manner.
I mean,
I'll be blunt with you. Do you have a Zodani aboard your ship?
a what?
A Zodani. I ask this because while you may not have the technology aboard your ship, certain masters of Zodani psionics are able to regenerate organs, limbs. It's miraculous, and I can't think of any other explanation. Now, forgive me if I'm incorrect, but I've done a bit of research into psionics myself, and I'm very fascinated with the medical procedures they have available to them. It's beyond anything that any of us can do.
That sounds like some pretty sci-fi stuff, and I live on a spaceship. I mean, I did everything I could, and yes, I used everything I had.
But it doesn't explain the fixed esophagus.
Mm,
So, I'm not going to press you further. However, I am a doctor, so I would like to address the main concern that I have. It is theorized among the psionic universities that when psionic endowed individuals are separated from larger communities of psionics, they tend to lose control of themselves, and this can manifest itself in several ways. This could be mental illness, aggression, anger, rage, violence, eccentric behavior. And it really depends on who the psionic is, their mental faculties, the power that they wield, the training they've undergone. And yet this seems to be a consistent factor among all psionics. Now, the type of treatment that we're talking about with this young man regenerating organs, it's not as simple as, well, you're familiar with the first law of thermodynamics, I assume.
oh, yes. Boring class, but yes.
Right. Matter cannot be drawn from nothing. There is
Right.
always a payment for such things. In the case of what I hypothesize happened to this young man, the damage done is inflicted on the user, which means that an equal amount of psionic energy must be then spent to repair the damage inflicted on the self. And the overuse of such sophisticated and advanced psionics is theorized. We have no concrete evidence, but it's theorized to lend itself to the degradation of the mental capacity of the user. Are you following with me so far?
Oh, yes. No, I get that. I mean, it's not a
So
concern.
I
I
say
mean,
this out of concern with whoever or whatever may be involved. If there is such a party involved that is doing these things, they're the ones you need to worry about, not the young man. These symptoms can take years to develop, and like I said, if the user is particularly strong-willed, well-trained, it could be quite a while, and yet these symptoms do inevitably appear in those that have been disconnected from the psionic community.
Well, I'll definitely keep eye out. I mean, I did the best I could in the time I had. I injected him with absolutely everything I could lay my hands on.
And no blame to you.
No,
I can see you did the best you could. But like I said, he's going to recover. I just wanted to discuss this with you, but it's not a pressing concern to you, so we'll drop it here.
Thank you. Do I get a feel of what he's actually aiming at here?
You seem to be dealing with an intellectual of sorts. He seems to genuinely, he seems to have deduced that this is probably what happened, and he's explaining to you the consequences.
Yeah.
So, as far as you can tell, he seems to have good interests in heart. Well, that's all I had to say in that matter. Medical fees will be transferred to your ship's log that you can pay whenever you're prepared.
Thank you. Thank you for taking care of my crew, though.
Of course. Please
And-
give the young man about 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, certainly. He's been through frankly, more than someone his age should ever be through.
Yes, it's horrible, but at least they have a capable doctor to look after them.
Would it be possible to get a resupply of my med bay?
I think that could be certainly arranged. Yes,
Thank you.
of course. With that, Hamish, he'll let you go if you wish.
Okay. I'll go check on Armand since I'm here.
Sure. He's currently still under, and one of the nurse will mention to you that they're going to keep him under for at least another day so that the pain has time to recede.
Yeah.
Before they're going to will risk waking him up.
Yeah. No, I understand. Best to take care of him. He's a young lad.
Yes.
Well, thank them for their watching over him, and I'll be thinking the whole time in the vague chance that Yadir ever reads my mind. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
So
You're too far. Like I would suggest one,
Yeah.
you're probably too far away for me to be passively doing it, and two,
That's
like
fine. I don't know that, but
That's
I'm not
fair.
putting anything like that over comms.
that's fair.
I'll see to getting our medical bay restocked and head back.
okay.
And I will go find Yadir.
Leaving that uncomfortable situation behind. The
Mm.
guilty's maintenance was more or less completed during the night. It wasn't too much work, honestly. Again, these small scout ships are not much for a trained team. And the cleaning is completed as best it can be. So the guilty is in as best shape you've had it since probably Tharad.
Well, I will get back, find everybody with hangovers, issue Tylenol and water, except for food, who I'll say, please make some tea, something nice, settles the stomach. Enough for everyone.
Your wish is my command, Doctor.
Nice.
As you return to the guilty, Tula is sitting in the cargo hold, tossing around Keegan's ball, and she looks down at you as you approach. How is he?
He'll be fine.
That's,
We're going to keep him in a medical coma for a couple of days while he heals, but he'll be as right as rain by the time we're ready to lift.
that's fantastic. I'm so glad.
No, it is good. Thank you for being there for him.
I didn't do anything.
But you were there for him, even though he didn't know it. It matters.
I wish I could do more.
Oh. We all do. Sometimes doing less is more important. It was bad on Kawa. You did everything you could. Understand that. Even Yadir couldn't do more. Now look her in the eyes. And you know what that means.
That nobody could have done more.
Yes. That's exactly it. But we survived.
Well, what would you all like to do during this day?
Well, I'll find you, dear, and say we got a problem.
Moira is out shopping for cigars.
So you'd find Yadir in his new stateroom. If you went inside, he left the door unlocked. But he's in the restroom, and when you like, if you call out his name, you'll hear like some things kind of like, it sounds like a multitude of small things being kind of set down around, like on the tile, and you'll see him step out, and you'll see around like him is a small ring of miscellaneous items like no clippers, bar soap, all these kind of things that are just like around him, and he kind of like walks out and goes, "Oh, it's you."
Yeah, that's why it doesn't take you long. Interesting.
I find that, like with everything, practice in the mundane helps.
No, I get that. I get that entirely.
How is he?
You'll recover. 2-3 days.
Good.
The bigger problem is Dr. Mayhole.
Oh? He kind of like nods, and the door will close behind you.
He knows the Scion worked on Armand.
How so? Is he a Scion specialist?
Apparently. He could tell by the regenerative aspects of some of the damage that it was either nanobots or a Scion.
To a very well trained eye, the rejuvenation process that some Scions can do is
Hmm.
akin to that of nanomachines, which is why
Yeah.
the Zodani have very little need of it.
Well, his interest is piqued. We need to be careful.
What did you
I
tell him?
told him, he suggested we had a Zidani aboard, and I said, I don't know who a Zidani is. I don't know how convincing I am.
It is
I
true that
don't think his intention is harmful, but it's still someone who might know.
he must have a very good sense of psionics in the different schools.
Hmm.
It is true that Zodani are the only ones capable of that power, or at least being trained by one. It is a school that is kept hidden or forbidden for the more mundane scions to learn.
That's interesting.
It'd be like if you did not want to teach your nanosurgeries to a doctor that fixes animals.
Yes. No.
What's the point?
You'd be surprised how much people will pay to keep their pets alive.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
No. They'll actually pay more than most human lives. I
Interesting.
learned that in college.
So
Well,
besides this doctor's fascination and intellect with my people, I will make sure that I'll keep a eye on him. What do you think? Probing his mind?
not necessarily. And if he knows of psionic capabilities, he may have taken safeguards.
Fair enough.
He did say one thing, to be honest.
Oh.
He said, Zidani who are removed from their culture eventually become unstable, especially as they use their powers, as he saw or suspected in London.
That is, he kind of like you see deer kind of like shift a little bit, as if this is something that he is like known about, but like it's kind of like a dirty secret. He goes, "That is not just true with Zodani, although it is most prevalent, seeing as traditionally we grow up in planets worth of scions. The brain, at least the sapient one," he kind of points to his head and points to your head, "is incredibly powerful proportionally to this body size. You'll often find that many scions that are alone, much like the one that is hunting us, replace much of their body with cybernetics. That is mostly to lighten the load, sure, as it were, the neural load. Because as you use your brain, if you do not have the mental fortitude or capacity, it can start to degrade, age rapidly. It can even form early onset diseases like dementia, Alzheimer's, amnesia. There's a field, some call it the H field, the N field, but it's this aura that surrounds all living creatures. Some believe it is more philosophical, some see it as more scientific, but regardless of the fact, it is there. It's how I see you. Through my eyes, he kind of points to his actual blue eyes, I see you as you. The skin, the flesh, the eyes, the hair, the meat in front of me. But when you awaken to this, and he points to his head, you also see another, like almost seeing another spectrum of light. There's an aura that surrounds all sapient and sentient things. It varies from creature to creature and person to person on the strength of their psionic radiation, almost. You can see he's trying to, like, describe these words in a language that they're not normally described in. This field that makes all living things. Funny enough, as Keegan was reminiscing about the planet with the trees the other night, on that planet I was almost blinded. Unable to see, unable to feel of the overload of sensory information due to the psionic radiance. In most people, this has very little effect, and you'll never at all have any negative experience throughout your life from birth to death. But it does not mean that it's not still there. Theoretically, every one of the crew could awaken their psionic powers, whatever little they had. It's just they would have to now take on this new burden. Their mind would have to shift, almost. This has potential side effects. My psionic mind is great. This is not a boast or a gloat. It is truly one in a generational mind. My powers and raw potential are leagues ahead of most. I was raised that way. I was made this way. But without other psionic auras, fields helping assist the burden of this load upon myself, it takes a tremendous toll upon my body anytime I use my psionic abilities. Now, again, through the decades of training, I have been able to, again, akin to a prime athlete in a sport or a great warrior in a battle, they can fight for longer, but there is a limit. Now, what that limit is, I don't know. I'm still discovering myself every day. Every injury I take, every thing I move, it all takes a toll. Medically, my body, even physically, my body is in its 30s, but medically, my body is more like in its 50s. It took me very long to recover upon my crash when I was found by those Aslan in the temple.
Hmm.
So what the doctor says does have merit. Although, to your more mundane eyes, it just seems that there is a mental degradation. But it's almost
Yeah.
as if there is again, this aura, this feeding. It's almost seen, he tries to struggle with the word symbiotic relationship between other scions. It's how we also sometimes know that there's another scion in the room. It's because we can connect. The wavelengths can merge and we feel this other presence.
So would
Someone,
having other scions around help you reduce the strain?
yes. So, Tallulah is a good example. She and I form a connection. Subconscious to probably her, but I at least feel it whenever we're in the same area. She has great psionic potential, but it's raw and unkempt, like a hose of water that is just sprouting out in all directions. The pressure might be high, but it's hitting everything. Whereas mine would be much more like a focused stream that can cut through steel. So, because of her psionic ability, it has helped in mine, and vice versa. If you've noticed, she's had a lot less outbursts and incidents and episodes lately.
Yes,
That's one in part due to her training, which she's made leaps and bounds in, but that's also due to the psionic. Again, he struggles with words. Psionic connection or piggyback, if that's the correct term, when someone hops on another person's shoulders. Is that the correct term?
Yes, piggyback. Yes. Well, yes.
I once heard Food describe it when he wanted to jump on my shoulders.
Yes. No. I mean, in Selkirk, it's called a crane stack, but yeah, it's common.
But yes, this doctor seems that he has some great insight, but again, he himself is probably not psionic, so he doesn't understand the nuances of what he means and what he says. But I assure you, for now at least, I do not feel that my mind is in danger.
But if he were psionic, he would have read my mind.
If you were, yes, you don't have any barrier up. You are as your mind and the mind of any other mundane creature is as open to us as a book or a screen. I could attempt to teach you. The key word is attempt. There's a very simple ability that every scion has naturally. Some Zodani theorize it's a natural defense mechanism, like predators and prey, something about evolution, that we make a psychic barrier with our minds. It allows us to not read each other, to not probe each other's minds. But it also acts as a double-edged sword, giving away any scions in the room. If I were to do an active search for sentient life, any ones that did not pop up, I know would at least be psionic or have latent abilities.
Which could be complicate things.
And if they are trained, then they can see me, because they could feel this almost like sonar ping bounce off their mind.
If you had another scion on the ship, would that help both you and Tallulah?
It would endanger you all. You've already taken a great danger with myself and Tallulah. I kill myself. What's up?
I'll smile at you, dear. Dear, you took up all of the danger to help find Cindy.
One favor does not outdo another.
No, but Your family now.
I understand. But finding a scion is like finding a... what is the mundane expression? A gem in sand?
Hmm. Yes.
But finding one that can then utilize his abilities in a helpful manner, unlike Toulouse, who's come in spats, would also be a detriment. And then you find ourselves in a particular situation that we've already found ourselves in with the hunters, those
Yeah.
that would betray their own kind for profit.
Well,
I would say do not worry.
Hmm.
What is
Dear
best
you.
right now is that I believe what is best for Toulouse is that she learn to understand and master her powers. Once she does that, then she could start to lose them. Again, like any muscle, when the mind is not used for a scion over time, their psionic powers will drain as they age, to the point where they now become mundane. If you don't use it, the powers will leave you. Like losing a sense, or an arm, or a muscle.
That makes a very interesting idea. Because she so desperately wants to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
But to get rid of them, she has to master them.
Yes.
Poor woman.
Like how one would master a problem with one's voice, a stutter. Until you learn how to talk, you cannot control it.
This music doesn't fit. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The mind is a terrible thing to waste. And I understand that for you, this is all seen as some sort of, well, in eons past and in other cultures, this is called magic. Things that live outside the realms of science. But I assure you, it is very much grounded.
Mind if I interject here?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
go.
As this conversation is going on, Moira, you were out shopping for cigars. And you're wandering around the high port, finding stalls and stations, shops. And there's plenty of it to go around for basically anything you want, anything you need. As you're wandering around after picking up your supply, you notice something. There's a commotion in one of the lower decks. You can peer over a railing and see a line of hangar doors. Caledonian security comes out and clears the way, to the point that they actually remove many people from even seeing what is passing through. But as you're on a higher level, you're lucky enough to get a glimpse. They take a man from one of the hangars, and he is bound now in handcuffs and basically chains around his body because he's flailing and thrashing around, almost foaming at the mouth, wide-eyed, screaming. And you can hear his screams from the top deck. He screams, "It's eating them! It's eating them! It's going to eat us! It's eating them alive! And I can't stop it!" Things of that nature, over and over again, along with intermittent babbling in what seems to be some kind of foreign dialect you don't even understand. The Caledonian guards, they usher this man quickly down the halls, trying to stifle his screams. And they drag him out of sight in a matter of moments.
Moira's just kind of standing on the edge of the deck, kind of looking down on it, probably having lit one of the cigars. She pulled out her tablet pretty early on and started to record it, just to listen again, see if she could get a translation done at some point. But she heads off to the nearest broker's office and contacts the rest of the crew, asking what they be looking. She has an interesting story for everyone, while also asking what they're picking up for trading.
Boone will answer the phone and be like, "Do you really need to ask?" He.
So is that what I'm asking for first, or?
Well, I'm going to come with you, and we will try to sell tea and buy tea and make tea, and there will be tea everywhere.
Fantastic. All right. I'll try to find the map of the station, and I'll send a map to everyone. Let them know what brokerage I'm going to be headed to.
And Boone's gonna go walk around trying to wake everyone up since he thinks they're asleep because that no one else answered the comm quickly. Hamish! Yadir! LeBlanc!
Yadir will kind of like in the middle of his sentence pause, and he'll go to his comms, and he goes, "Hamish and I are together. What's wrong?
Ooh.
Everything okay, Foon?"
Okay. We're go get tea,
Oh,
and then maybe, find something else to buy. Are you guys coming? Also, are we supposed to bring the mechanic and, your clan female? The one that I'm supposed to not annoy?
he looks over to Hamish, assuming that he also heard the chatter on the net. And he goes, "Well,
I guess we can go, but why don't we leave the clan females behind?
leave all the clan." Oh, as he's about to say clan females, he kind of like shakes his head. He goes, "Wait, leave the women behind?"
Moira's already gone. So
Tula and
you would have to
Cindy.
go,
Oh.
bring her back.
Yes, let's
and
leave
we need at
those
least
two
one.
behind. Let's also leave Keegan.
I mean, frankly, I don't need to go deal with trading.
True, but
I need to
I do
restock
think
on
maybe
that.
some less boisterous activities for the group might be nice. Plus, also, you might be able to get some more of your medical supplies.
True.
Plus, you promised me a commercial. So we
I
should make
did.
sure that your commercials skills are up to par.
Oh,
God,
that's correct. I find it funny that for a man like me trying to stay hidden, I have taken part in acting.
Well, Boone has a
Both
way,
of you.
doesn't he?
Oh, he has ways, that's for sure. We'll be heading there down, Foon.
Alright, Funa's gonna go knock on LeBlanc's door as well.
Hello, Foon. I've had coffee today.
Foon shuts the door in front of him and locks him in. LeBlanc is being left here.
I just picture the door opening. Hello, Foon.
LeBlanc will unlock the door and follow behind Foon, trying to get him to switch to coffee instead of tea.
Foon is not talking to LeBlanc.
That's a betrayal.
It is. It's truly a betrayal. Foon is contemplating if we really need a pilot.
All right. So you are going to meet up with Moira?
Yep.
Yep.
Yadir's heading down there now.
All right.
Oh, just quick question. What's the lull? Are we on a spaceport or a starport?
Well, level 3.
It's law level 3, so things like shotguns, armor, you can have those.
Okay, yeah, so Yadir will go
Rifles.
out in his normal loadout. Just, I take it the boarding shield's going to be a no-go.
It's probably frowned upon.
It's probably,
Foon is
probably raise a couple
completely loaded
eyebrows.
out. Foon is also completely, armored up, kitted out.
Yeah, so you get the
I mean-
typical strange looks as you're passing by from
Yeah.
regular traders that are in plain clothes, you know. They might have a stunner
Mhm.
on their hip, but they look at you like, why are you kitted out for war?
That's all Hamish has is a stunner on his hip.
With the stunner on his hip.
Yeah, Moira's not showing that she has a laser pistol on her. It's hidden, but she has one.
Yeah, which is what most people do.
I mean, Yadir's got his little laser bracelet that's like incognito.
Yeah, but again, like Moira pretty much just wears a variety of different flight suits, and that have her cloth armor stitched on, and then she just has the gun stashed away somewhere where you can't see it. It's kind of obvious if you look for the bump near her hip, but
Next to Foon, you guys all look
Unarmed. Weak.
unarmed.
Wow, you have a spear hook too.
Jesus.
And it's business as usual in the station. As you pass by windows, you can see the fleets of far traders that were mentioned before docking, loading up, and heading out, as well as independent travelers, Caledonian merchants, things like that. Aslan ships pass by here too. You find Moira eventually among the decks.
Oh, geez, kid, there you are. I don't know. I'm cycling between different brokerages based on names. Did you have a preference, or we just go into the first one?
We have a preference for the one that sells the best stuff for the least price. Yes?
Right.
Not
Why
the
don't we
least
find-
price for the least stuff for the best price.
All right,
I'm not
first
sure.
one. We're just kind of walking to the first one, see what it's like.
Yeah.
Sure. And these are it's a off branch of the Caledonian Merchant Company, and they actually have extensive administrative sections for trade here, because, well, as you come in, you'll hear many different people in scattered offices around this trading office. They're worried about different systems. People are complaining, like, we need to get this shipment to Alsewa immediately, or we need to. Where is that shipment from Lawrence? We were supposed to be getting that a week ago. What the hell? It's a madhouse for the most part. As you come in, looking kitted out, a couple people give you strange looks, and a few of them, walk back to the back offices, and eventually a skinny man. Clean-cut hair. He looks tired, lines under his eyes, and he comes out. Hello, my name is Administrator Dolo. Can I help you?
Hi, Moira Durham, communications officer for the Guild T. This is Foon, security officer, as well as customer service representative for our tea trading business. We're here to just do a bit of speculative trading if we can. See if we can offload some cargo, pick up some cargo, that kind of thing.
Foon
Yeah.
smiles and waves.
I've heard of you. You are the ones that brought the scientists here. That's an impressive bit of work. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. What are you interested in trading?
And really, anything that you currently have going through the port, in particular, any kinds of teas that we could stock up on. We have a few varieties that we have for sale, but we, can always have. It's always good to diversify. But otherwise, I'm just wondering on what kind of prices you got right now. To be perfectly honest, we just offloaded a lot of crates that were keeping the scientists alive. So we got quite a bit of space now that we can stock up on.
Of course.
Couple of ton. Yeah.
We have plenty of common agricultural goods. We do grow several plants that can be used as tea. Here, let me go ahead and pull up our inventory. As I go ahead and pull up the trade rules.
Thought we had a.
I think it's pinned at one point.
Yeah, I thought it was pinned.
Well, the speculative trading stuff is kind of...
Speculative trading's different.
Oh.
Speculative trading is a little in-depth. So we can go ahead and take a minute to look at that.
Yep.
I need to download the book.
Determine good.
Which book are we looking at?
2022 core book, trade
Page
rules,
241.
Okay, thank you.
page 241. And we have what? 4 2 available tons.
Yeah,
Well,
2 unless we sell
Are we
something
keeping
else.
the scientists still here?
Wait, no, the scientists are gone. How
So we
many
have more
tons did we?
tonnage.
How many tons did we sell in Kawa? We sold 2, I think. Didn't
2.
we?
And then we
Yeah.
have the scientist tonnage that we got back.
That's 2 tons as well. So we got 4 tons available. Not a huge amount, but something.
Right. Okay. So speculative trading. Find a supplier or a local broker. We can skip that. Determine goods available. So... Do you guys want to do this right now, or do you want to roll this maybe later when we have more time?
We can roll it when we have
Let's-
more time.
I haven't looked at these rules in a while. Determine goods.
I'm fine
Yeah,
with you just winging it based on different skill rolls and stuff.
But I don't want to do that because we need to actually get used to speculative trading.
Yeah, get used to it. Yeah.
No, if you want to take time to actually learn the rules better, Faust, and then we can roll it then, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, we need to peek at the population size, the starport class. So that's finding a supplier.
Calculator for this somewhere.
Must be somewhere.
Yeah, I specifically remember a chart that was posted at one point, and we were all looking at it when we were doing trading one time. It was very good. It tells you everything. Like, you get all the bonuses and all the minuses to...
You talking
Maybe
about,
that
like,
was in a...
traveler tools?
Maybe? I can't remember.
Maybe. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it might be.
I also remember there being a video I watched where he had a simplified rule set that made it a lot easier.
As we've got, let me jump to there.
Oh.
That is population.
Alright, I guess you already posted that. Huh. There's this demo.
Run Dunmarrow. Let's do trade.
It's a population 6.
So if you look at this right here, we might be able to use this.
Okay.
We need to pay for this eventually.
No.
For what?
Traveler tools? No.
No, it's just people that like Traveler doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're heading to
This
Reese...
is tech level A.
Yes.
Yeah, Tech A.
Starport B or A?
B.
We can go back up. It's up on the top,
Yeah.
right?
Port
And they're in
B,
order.
Tech A. Population is 6.
Yeah, so they have
So-
common consumables, common electrics. We're probably looking at common consumables, I think. Which would be 500 per ton. Or we could probably pick up luxury consumables. It's up to you. You guys can look at this chart here and see what you're willing
Yeah.
to
Oh, there it is.
do. What's your broker score, Moira?
Mine's pretty good. What's yours, Foon? I'm pretty sure mine's at least +1 or +2.
My broker store. That's a good question.
+2
Are we
for me.
using? Okay. +2 with charm, +1 with int.
Okay.
But I am
Yeah,
more than willing to assist.
Yeah, so Moira's +2 with both, so I can do either or, int or charm. I would definitely take a task chain with you starting off to see what I eventually roll.
Okay. Right. So Foon is gonna walk up to the person and be like, I would enjoy to hear all about what type of goods that you have around that we might be able to trade. I'm especially interested in plant-based products, specifically the things that can be made into wondrous teas. I'm sorry.
Wondrous teas.
Apparently that didn't go over well. So I'm a negative on that test chain, I believe.
Mm,
All right, so that's a -1 then. That's okay. I'm still at a +2. I'm at a +1.
Oh, that's
so, Moira goes over the finer details, looking to pick up at least another ton. Would people say of tea, and then the other 3 being luxury goods?
The 1 ton to keep food quiet and the rest to actually make money. Sounds good.
Pretty much, yeah. And then at the same time, I would like to inquire, and it's fine if we can do another role. I'm assuming Foon will be the salesperson for this. If we can offload some of our current tea and sell it at whatever price we can.
yeah. I wouldn't offload too much, though, because I think the
Yeah,
deeper we go to Caledon, the more it will be worth.
Yeah, we were gonna save it for Caledon because it's supposed to be worth a lot there.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Never mind
Well,
then.
maybe.
So just trying to do the former. Ooh, just barely.
Okay. Moira, the 1 ton of common consumables, you haggle with the man for a little while. He is pretty adamant about staying around the same market price. He offers you 500 for a common consumable. As for luxury goods, luxury consumables, he is looking about 15,500 for per ton.
Does that be 4650 for? Sorry, 46,500 for the 3 tons.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. I send a quick comm out to make sure people are okay with that purchase before I go ahead with it.
That's 1,600, so or 1,550. I'm sorry, 15,500 times 3 is 46,500, and then plus our extra 500, so we're looking at about 47,000 total.
Okay.
That's
Does that-
workable.
Yeah. Does that sound workable with our budget, folks? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think we're decent budget
yeah.
wise. Ship funds are not too bad, especially since the Caledonians are picking up our maintenance.
yeah, that's a huge one. So yeah, I think then Moira goes ahead with that and arranges for the cargo to be moved to our ship. And beyond that, she thanks the man and leaves our guilty electronic card for further contact information.
Okay.
It's literally just a small commercial of Foon singing, I don't know, a song that Foon particularly likes, just not the "Get Rid of the Smelly Human" song.
No.
It's a tea song. It's about tea
That's
and its
one only
wondrousness.
we deal with.
Yeah, you show the broker this commercial, and he's just sitting there with like a finger on his face, just like wide-eyed. Oh, I see. Well, this is fascinating. We have plenty of common consumables that could be considered ingredients for tea here. So if you are interested in that kind of trade, you can always come back.
No, of course. And after we leave Caledon, we might be coming back through this way. The deep is quite large, and this is quite a well-protected trade route, from what I understand. So
Right.
it's always good to travel on the spaces where we know we'll be protected well.
If I can give you some advice, I wouldn't expect to sell much of your goods here. The planetary population is mostly rural folk at about 2 million, and they grow their own food for the most part, so they don't import it from us.
No, that makes sense then. This being, an actual agricultural planet, they're producing what they need. All right. Thank you so much for the help so far, and if we come back to see you, I'll make sure to ask for you by name.
Good luck to you, and thank you again for what you did for those scientists.
Food's gonna ask, one moment before we go. Do you think any of the people that are would be interested in growing crops for us of specific plants?
You would have to go
yeah,
through
like
the
a-
Caledonian bureaucracy for that. We can talk about exporting the goods that we grow currently, but if you're looking to redirect production, that's a bit of paperwork.
Can you provide that paperwork to one of my clan females?
We certainly can get you started on the forms, certainly. Although we would have you use the mail line through Reese to get that into the Caledonian, the official Caledonian channels.
I just want to know what what is required.
Certainly. We can send over all the paperwork. You can take a look at it yourself.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
Mail line. They have mail lines?
Yes, we do.
Finn's gonna walk
Yeah.
around.
I would have expected it to be a female line.
No.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Moira stands up and kind of walks Foon out while discussing what kind of, actual farming contract he would like to put in.
Okay.
Sure, big brain.
And for speculative trading, the book kind of says that this is something that the players kind of handle on their own. So I recommend that whoever is going to be doing that, take a look at those rules and just get used to, like, maybe do a practice run or two on a couple of different systems, because that's not something I'm supposed to facilitate. That's more you guys.
Okay.
Okay. So we're supposed to... Alright, I'll have to read up on them.
Yeah, if that's something you're interested in doing.
Well, I want to treat tea like speculative trading, but...
Yeah, so we have to homebrew some rules for that, which is fun.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think the glowing tea should definitely be considered special.
yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Okay. So you seal the deal for the 4 tons that you're going to be loading into your cargo hold. You leave the broker's office, your pocket's a little lighter, and your cargo hold a little fuller. Anything else?
How much was that?
47,000.
47,000. And then how much did Moira pay herself for her several boxes of cigars and, like, fine tobacco?
We can probably call that 100.
Okay, thank you.
But they did the repairs on the ship for
Free.
free, right?
Free. Yep.
As a thank you for saving the scientists and bringing them this far.
How much was the charge for cleaning the ship?
We can go ahead and roll that in maintenance, I think.
Cool.
I'm okay with that.
Ooh.
If no one else has anything to do, are we staying here for a few more days to let Armand heal, or?
No, that's definitely a. That's
Do we
definitely
want
a
to get
thing.
Foon fixed while we're here?
Oh, yeah.
In what regard?
Yeah.
Foon
well,
has
well,
an
how do you
injury
mean?
that he is still 1 down on strength until he goes and pays for.
Oh.
Cool. We're definitely not. You're not getting snipped. Okay, cool.
Oh my god.
You guys are terrible.
That's just what it sounded like.
I told us what it sounded like.
All right,
Just
Foon is going to
immediately-
request that the doctor do his surgery.
It's
Oh,
the worst
God.
vet visit ever. It just murders the veterinarian.
Where are my balls, Hamish?
Like you
Backing
said, you wanted to be fixed.
Just backing a vet into a corner as they're all groggy.
Yeah, so I apparently, for my strength thing, I need a... Well, sorry. It's that much money
Oh,
to get...
we're getting your
Because I need
strength
to do the
fixed?
plus... Yeah,
Oh man.
that's what I want to do.
Wow. Well, that's interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it would put me up to 14 on strength.
That's disgusting.
Anyone else not
Are you
for
good?
that?
Are you getting like
I'm
muscle
good with
fiber
it.
implantments or like cybernetics?
No, I had an injury when I rolled my
Yeah.
character, and it
Oh,
required
damn.
him
So
to
you just-
get...
So
Yeah.
Food's been kicking ass with like a fucking like torn meniscus this whole
That's
time.
nuts. He's just been handicapped because he. Oh my god. Yes, Anne, do that.
Okay.
Isn't it be like,
well,
Hamish, can I get it
Can I-
fixed finally?
well,
They're
I,
able to take care of the little pipsqueak.
yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Yeah. That's fun. I can see if the hospital will let me use the medical ward.
Oh, good, I get my own
That
doctor.
would be better.
Oh my god.
And yeah, see if I can be a visiting resident.
All
Do we
right.
need to roll for this at all? Or
Well,
do I just get my...
first, Hamish, I assume you're going to go
Yeah.
back and talk to maybe
Oh.
Mahol or
Yeah,
whoever.
say one of my other crew members has a long-term injury that requires a bit of fine surgical repair.
Mm.
I'm willing to do it. I just need access to a proper facility, not a scout ship's medical bay.
The person that meets you in the medical bay, she is moving around. She stops and says, "I see. Unfortunately, Dr. Mayhole is busy at the moment. Are you willing to wait maybe an hour or two for him to return?"
Oh, yes, certainly, absolutely.
Thank you. And an hour or two will pass, and eventually, striding through the automatic doors in the white doctor's coat is Mayhole, and he looks even more exhausted than the last time you saw him. And he walks through, barely registers that you're there until he almost walks by you and then stops and turns. Oh,
Step out and take his hand, Dr. Manhole.
Mr.
Thank
Neri.
you for staying.
Yes,
Good to see you again.
the young man should be able to wake up, I think, in the next morning. If that's what you're
Yes.
here for.
No, I have need for a surgical facility. One of my other crew members they have a long-term injury, the Aslan, and it's not anything I can take care of on the ship. You've seen the facilities there. I need a proper facility to be able to go in and actually repair the torn ligaments and such. I was wondering if, as a visiting resident, I could get access here.
He was in a hurry, and he's almost bewildered by the request, but he stops for a moment and controls himself. Oh, I see. That's quite the request.
I understand it is a bit of a stretch, especially for someone who's passing through as it is, but
He rubs the bridge of his nose.
I mean, is there anything I could assist with here? I mean, I see that you've perhaps taken on more than one.
Would you mind stepping into my office for a moment?
Sure, please.
And when you enter, he closes the door. I know we had that conversation yesterday. I have had an incident occur in the meantime. A far trader found a man lost out in space in the Reese system. Brought them here, but he's babbling, raving mad. There's been rumors of a larger incident on Reese that we're trying to address, but information is lacking, and we think that the information may reside inside this man. But his mind is too broken. We don't know the cause, but there seems to have been some kind of damage done to his brain that we just can't pinpoint and hardly fix. I know what you said, and I respect your decision either way. But if there was a way that you could potentially get information from this man that others could not, I would be happy to overlook any abuses of allowing outsiders to use facilities under Caledonian protection.
I'll just nod. I understand.
I can
Should it be?
give you the access password. There's a brig on the lower level if you take several elevators down. If you are able to glean anything from this man, you would be helping us quite a bit. There's a concerning amount of pressure coming from Reese to pinpoint exactly what happened.
No, I understand that entirely. I will see to it. Once I return the information, then we can discuss.
Return with whatever information you have, and I'll look the other way.
I'll just look at him and smile. Thank you, Doctor.
Of course. Good luck.
And head back down to the guilty and find your dear.
I think just for
You'd see Yadir kind of like looking at the literal tons of stuff going into the hole. And he's going to be just like, And here we had just made space, and now we seem to be stuffing it again.
T.
I didn't realize that we become tradesmen.
Wow.
Moira's kind of standing
You
next
didn't
to
know
him
that we were
with-
becoming tradesmen? Sorry.
That was like the entire. That was almost like one of the entire points. Speaking of which, Yadir, look at this crazy video of this guy screaming. And she. Moira shows off the video on the tablet.
Yadir just kind of stares at that and goes,
Okay.
"Oh, so a man has lost his mind. That's common
Right?
for mundanes."
And I'll walk up, look at the video, and look at your dear. Yes. And Dr. Mayhole wants us to pry the secrets out of his mind.
Yadir kind of looks at you with, it kind of like raises an eyebrow, and he's like, "Did you volunteer my services to probe a man's mind?"
Perhaps.
He just
Could do
he's
that
gonna
with
sigh,
drugs?
and he's going to go, "I take it this is some sort of deal."
Oh, yes. Foon has suffered a long-term injury that, frankly, I could probably fix here with medical facilities as advanced as these. But
Doctor,
they-
a question. How does
Aye.
the hospital? How does this person that we're helping know that we even have a psyker?
He
This
suspects.
this man has studied apparently psionics for some time. There are certain tells or signs or
Hmm.
You mean the nose
That's-
bleeding?
no. I mean, that can happen to anyone. It's akin to an aneurysm. But whenever I heal, he kind of like gets air quotes, people, I am healing them on a molecular level by transferring that injury towards myself.
That would
I'll look-
definitely cause nosebleeds. You shouldn't do that very much.
I try not to, but the medical procedure, if examined by someone who is very gifted or talented, looks akin to nanosurgery.
Hmm.
And it does not take a detective to deduce that we, kind of looks around the guilty, do not have such facilities to use.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, and I'm more or less asking. And she kind of looks at you again, Yadir. Like, do you feel comfortable with a person in a position on this planet knowing that about you? Or like, Doctor, is there a way that Yadir can do this discreetly? Like
I don't
where he
think
can't be
there is.
seen and he can go to some place and
Can't
I
be as drugs or something, or pretend we're using drugs.
The frickin' man was being dragged away by like the staff, like a security force with very big guns. I'm just a little bit worried about our dear friend here being, put at risk to.
Moira, I think this doctor is. I think he's honorable in that regard. I don't think he's.
We're not going in as a. I'm gonna pretend like the doctor talked to us a little earlier. We're not going in as official people. We're sneaking in. He has the codes. He was telling me them so that we had more than one copy.
Yeah, we have access. We can get in.
We're sneaking in?
Well, it's
Sneaking in through
under.
the front door.
Yeah.
This is some would say a back alley dealing.
Yeah.
Where
I mean, it's up to you, you dear. If you are not comfortable with this.
you do kind of. What's up, Moira?
Moira just kind of shakes her head and just says, "I just would like to remind folks of how many times the sheer fact that Yadir can do what he can do has, been a slight risk. I'm just worried about his safety and about the safety of the guilty.
Yeah, I know.
That there is an assassin that's actively chasing him right now, and
Yes.
in that sense, us.
Well, this doctor has done right by us, so. And if Hamish trusts him, I will at least do my due diligence. I will warn you, though. Peering into the mind of an insane man is like looking into a shattered mirror. I can't guarantee that I'll find anything of use.
Anything you find, I think, will be helpful.
Oh,
Especially
yes, sir.
since the system he just came from is the system we are headed to next.
Oh. That changes some things.
At the end of the day, I'm just surprised that the madman I saw down there is the same one that we're going to be dealing with. He was like, and she turns the video again and turns the volume up, and you can hear the wailing and like the terror in his voice, and he's gone, folks. He's as far as I'm concerned, I don't think I've seen a person go that mad since I was
Gula?
Yeah, no, that's rude, Foon, but yes, that's what I was thinking.
Uncalled for, but you ain't wrong.
Truth is not uncalled for.
But
Moira, that alone tells us we need to know what we're getting into before we get to that system.
True.
No,
I'd rather deal with
no,
one
no.
madman now than to deal with 4 or 5 of them afterwards.
Absolutely.
What goes into that?
And I'm very concerned about the language that he was using. What the hell does he mean by eating them? As in like people? So, yeah, no, that is a very good point. I just completely went off my mind when I went into trading mode there. So.
No, the fear is understandable, and the worry for myself and the others is also commendable. But if whatever this man experienced is still there, either the best to prepare for it or try our best to avoid it. And I believe this is the only information that we're going to glean from this if there are eating people.
At the very least, I'm glad that we had a bit of a conversation about it, so we're not walking into this just making the assumptions. At the end of the day, I'm not Yadir, but I can understand not necessarily wanting to have a power that I was, granted or worked hard for, gifted away.
I appreciate your concern. But it would take more than some doctor with a scalpel and an injection to take away this power. Again, Yadir sometimes speaks arrogantly, but he's just trying to, he's just speaking, factually about his,
No, it's true, man.
state.
You are literally, the strongest psionic you've ever met.
Yeah.
I don't think you've
And
ever met a
again,
psionic stronger than you.
You lived a very specific life where you're a survivalist. You don't have as much social experience as everybody else. Yeah, no, it fits perfectly.
been told from day one he's a child prodigy. No pressure, but like the entire family line's on you.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so yeah, Yadir will kind of like nod to Hamish for him to lead him to the psych ward, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
not the psych ward. In the deepest
Oh.
depths of the high port, going through several layers of elevators to the bottom tip, there's a brig that they keep
Special people.
special people. Not, I mean, they have common criminals as well, pickpockets, smugglers and what have you. But then there's another layer deeper that you need a little bit more access to get into. And as you head down these elevator shafts into the darker hallways of the lower part of the high port, you can approach, and there will be a Caledonian soldier standing in front of an ominous-looking metal door. Cameras watch the hallways, and you can approach and give the password.
Do we want to be seen?
That's up to you. This is pretty much the only way to get down there, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure your deer is covered, but it won't really matter. Hamish will be fine.
Yeah, Yadir will probably like have draped a cloth, like at least something over his face, and any like recognizable markings on his arms.
That's fair. And the soldier, he gives you an odd look, but as soon as you show the password without another word, he will allow you to pass. You pass by iron doors with slits through them that you can peer through and, see the occasional madman that they don't have anywhere else to put. Hardened criminals, murderers, things like that. There's a man in plain-looking clothes, and he's sitting at the end of the hallway smoking a cigarette. And he's staring into one of the slits in the door, and through the door you can hear, it's almost like he's thrashing around or banging his back into the side of the wall. And the man's just sitting there staring. And as he notes your group coming down, he gives you a look. You were sent here, I assume?
Scent is an interesting word.
Hamish, you can do the talking because like Yadir doesn't want to talk.
Okay.
To like keep as much of his identity as he can.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, we're here under the orders of Dr. Mayo.
He sighs, gives a quick look over, and Yadir, you're covered up, so he like lingers an eye on you, but he nods. Well, the doctor knows what he's doing. He steps forward and unlatches the door and swings it open, and you can peer in and see inside of the cage. The man, he's chained to the floor, essentially. They have typical accommodations like a bed, a toilet, but he's been strapped down for his own safety. And he's raving mad. He's screaming, eyes wide, thrashing around. Man just gives him a sympathetic look and looks back at you. If you think you can get anything out of him, help yourself. I'll take a walk.
Thank you. Have a smoke.
Without another word, he turns and exits the hallway, leaving you alone in here. And since we're at 4:46, how about we go ahead and take a 10-minute break?
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
Now Yadir's gonna deal with the crazy person.
Okay.
See you in 10 minutes.
There's probably a practical application for like psionic therapy.
Probably. Well, we discussed this previously.
We can charge for it.
Hamish was trying to figure out how to fix Cindy before he knew what was wrong.
Yeah,
which is
that
like,
wouldn't be a real fix. That would just be repression.
right, but
Well,
it's
Anyways,
like,
We
it's
get
like
upon the idea.
yeah, have a sonic
psychology.
therapist
Yeah.
where it's just like, oh man, I don't know what's wrong with me, and like the psion like hears deep into your subconscious and is like,
Mm-hmm.
you have issues, like your issues all stem from like
Yeah.
this one day where something like this happened.
Right.
Basically, just like able to peel back your subconscious and like your hidden memories.
Yeah.
It'd be like it's really invasive, but like you
Mhm.
know, like you can't hide shit from a scion.
Yeah. I think it would be at least a boon for any psychology role to help
Yeah.
someone.
I'm
And if
tempted.
your charisma is good enough, then you would also know to mask it, allow them to reveal it, but you know how to prompt them.
Yeah, I'm
So
tempted.
that would be taking time, so that would be a +2.
Yeah. Let's see if I use teleportation to fucking get this guy
Yeah.
here.
God.
Just fucking yeah, fucking.
Nope. Foon said no more humans.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I think just probe would probably be the best thing
Mm.
because read surface thoughts is probably gonna be too static to
Scattered.
glean anything. Yeah.
Then you're going to need to be able to go in,
Yeah.
get
I could.
past all the chaos, and try to find more stable.
Yeah. Got to probe deep inside his mind, and then I could try to fix it while I'm inside. It's gonna take a lot of time.
I think that's up to you, yeah. We're just after info, but yeah, if you fixed it, that would... We might have someone else who likes us, or not. I'm not sure.
Probe, establish them. I'm trying to think of the order of like
Mm.
the order of how to do this. So it'd be like probe. Either I could mind link, which would make other telepathy checks easier because now we're linked. Let's see.
I'm back.
Yeah, so I could mind link to him and then do probe, which makes it a little easier, or I could just go straight into a probe, and then from there, while I'm probing, I could try to like read surface thoughts while inside of his mind to like help better organize the probably shattered pieces of his psyche.
Mm.
Or I could use teleempathy to like let him try to calm down so he's not at least raving.
That might be.
Or I could. Man, I wish I had clairvoyance. It's the one thing I don't have.
Never.
Oh man, never. Let's see. Unfortunately, I can't put people in suspended animation. That'd be kind of nice. If I really wanted to mean like it'd be a really kind of cruel way to do things, but I could assault his mind, which would render him automatically unconscious, but could kill him. So I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, because an unconscious mind is like completely unguarded. I can just do whatever the fuck I want to an unconscious mind. Except for unless they have a shield. If they have a shielded minds stay active even if you're subconscious, which is why Yadir.
Okay.
Yeah, so which is why Yadir thinks it's a natural like barrier. It's like an evolutionary thing. But let's see. Telekinetic punch, just beat the fucking crazy out of him.
Tell us what you saw.
Just like now
They were
speak.
eating them.
Where is he?
Given the Batman special, break his jaw. Now talk.
Yeah.
So you don't kill, but TBIs are okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, I can. I could actually, as a Zodani power, I could enhance people's abilities with my Sonic, so I could put him suspended animation. Mail him the fuck out.
Well, I mean, I could do that with drugs too.
Yeah, but little less invasive. This guy's already probably been drugged up enough. Let's see. The traveler with awareness may enter suspended animation, is similar to a cold birth sleep, without the danger of death. such a state continues for 7 days without the need for food or water with minimal air. The traveler could effectively travel in the cold of a sleep berth without actually undergoing cold sleep and its dangers. Suspended animation may be stopped at any time, providing external stimuli such as nudging them awake or a mechanical alarm. So I could do that. I could force them to go to sleep, and then once they're asleep and like calm, then now probe their mind. And if he has any psionic abilities, I can do what's called blocking, which is where I literally just like set up psionic static into the air, and like it dampens their powers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is why, again, a lot of those, psions get cybernetics, because if you're able to block their psionics, they can still kick your ass with cybernetics.
Right.
It's like, block this, nerd. But that's also why you have control, which is where I can take control of cybernetics and fucking mechanical objects. It just takes a long time. 1d 10 minutes. Ugh. Gross.
Oh, please. The surgery we did on Armin probably took a D6 hours.
Yeah, but like talking about like, in a combat scenario, like against that hunter guy, I can't
Yeah.
use blocking, because blocking you could use
Yeah.
like, do it in kind of a fight scenario. Like it's 1d minutes, so like if you're running and gunning and that kind of stuff, and you had this going on in the background, maybe, but 1d times
Yeah.
10 minutes, ugh, that's gross.
Nah, that's not happening.
Let's see. Yeah, empathetic healing takes 1d minutes, so max of 6 minutes per healing, which is not terrible. Is this guy human, Faust?
Yes.
Okay. If he was a machine, I could interrogate him, but I can't do that. Yeah, and let's get this guy a psionic transfer. We'll just go ahead and just break whatever sanity he has left.
Yay! Last of his identity just oozes out his nose.
Yep, the last of his mind just fucking becomes slime. Yeah, so I think our best bet is either go straight into the probe, or put him under in a suspended animation, and then while he's like comatose, essentially, then with it, like I have 7 days with the time to do this. I could essentially just take as much time as I wanted and slowly go inside of his mind.
Well, I mean, the doctor never said how long we needed.
That's true. And the check for suspended animation is a lot easier. It's a 8, but it's in a power that's I'm not as good in. Because at my current level, if I get a +4 instead of a +5, so it's
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got a 50-50 shot. Actually, no, I don't. I need a 4. I need a 4 higher in order to get suspended animation.
Always go for extra time too.
Yeah, that's true. But I'll probably want to put him under as soon as possible. Just like basically do like the Vulcan mind link. Just basically kind of like put my hands on his head and just all of a sudden just
drop
hear.
him. Yeah.
Whenever I think of this kind of stuff, when you do normally cast, it's like subtle or like silent. Whenever he's trying to like be direct, it's like in Dune how their voice changes, where he's like sleep, and all of a sudden this guy just like eyes roll back and just goes limp. Yeah, imagine you're having a psychotic break and also some blue-eyed dude comes in your room.
I'm here to help.
I am from the government. I am here to help. Sleep.
Oh my god.
God.
Just taking the time to like rebuild my music.
Oh, okay.
I wonder
Boo.
if like Yadir was ever trying to like they'd be like, oh, we have a magician, and Yadir like tries to play off his like
Mhm.
actual magic as like just sleight of hand. I wonder how well that would go. If people are like, I think this guy's actually a scion. I don't think this is magic tricks.
Wasn't that one plan we had at one point?
It was.
It was. It didn't happen, but it was. I think it was when we were going to the high society party. It was. Yeah, Yadir could be a magician, but instead, apparently Yadir is a fucking incredible actor.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently he is.
I mean, it makes sense for being Zodani. Like they're natural, like stealthy
Liars.
boys. Liars. Stealth. I was
That
gonna
was-
say stealth.
That was their main purpose in existence, like back in earlier versions of Traveler, is to be like the
Yeah.
Cold War spy faction.
Basically just space Russians
Mm-hmm.
with psychic mind powers, so the commies don't know everything you're thinking.
Right.
Mm.
Everybody back?
Moira, you back?
Todd, I couldn't actually hear you.
I am here.
Okay.
Moira does not seem to be here.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
It's okay. Wait a minute.
You know, there's often I forget that Moira, like, Knarf is not a chick.
It is a little hard to distinguish some, like,
He's so
Yeah,
good
because
at
like
it.
I'm so used to like, oh, it's Moira. Yeah, that's a woman. Just like,
yeah.
Oh no.
Like, I have sometimes difficulty remembering Foon as a dude.
yeah, it's true. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no, you're fine.
I
Can't
don't know what to
quite work
apologize
the
about.
deep voice. I am
No, you're good. It's like
Oh.
it just shows like how much we've gotten to each other's characters. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah,
because every
that's-
time Khan talks, I actually picture, like, a tall, redheaded woman
Yeah.
speaking. Like,
Yep.
he reflects
Yeah.
that very well.
Yeah,
Mm.
same with Foon. I just imagine this like tall orange cat warrior who's just like, "You want tea?"
So freaking bouncy. Yes.
Like this
Boom,
large,
boom,
like,
boom.
is Foon orange? I picture Foon as orange.
Mm.
Foon's not orange. Foon's a tabby, but it's fine.
Okay, just
He's
for
a
me, he
tabby.
gives like big orange cat vibes. But
They have orange tabbies, but he's a gray tabby.
He's a gray tabby.
it.
He's modeled after our cat. So
Aw,
if you
that's
see
sweet.
the you've seen that cat in the
He's a baby.
Nice.
because I can totally see Bellith being all
So, like, this
Hi,
picture,
everyone.
is that Foon in the back?
Mm.
No.
which one?
In the
Yeah.
general chat?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's Foon. Pretty cutie.
Okay.
What's funny as I was trying to look up like tabby like anthro cat to like get a good model for Foon in my mind, and it's a lot of furry stuff.
Don't ask. Anybody who
Nope.
doesn't know, don't ask.
Yeah, so I actually posted on the character introductions. There's a Foon picture.
Oh, really?
If you go, yeah. Here, how do I share this on the?
I got it. A character introductions. Scroll up.
There's Foon sitting with teacups.
Oh, look at him.
It's naked.
He's
Well-
hey man, he's just free balling it, you know.
No, that's how I like to drink my tea, too. If I was in that situation, hell yeah.
I
Free
imagine
ball.
that he has like a weapon on, and that's it.
Yeah,
He's just
you know,
sitting on the table.
Hey man,
He's
you know how many
playing
times I've
Barsoom.
drunk my coffee with my gat next to me and nothing else? Like,
Fair.
I found this. This looks kind of cool.
I assume you're putting something in chat. Okay. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I made another one, but on my Google Docs spreadsheet
Yeah.
for Foon, but it's like if you go to it, he looks too sad.
Yeah. If
Mm.
Aslan were medieval themed instead of like Bushido themed,
Yeah.
I'll have to try doing Foon. We got Adobe Firefly, so
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
have to do
Ooh,
Foon with
okay.
that.
Oh damn! Look at this. This is like, again, just this is very medieval themed, but I really dig the helmet.
Oh wow.
That helmet's cool, except for
Cool.
it looks like it's a
Yeah.
little small-headed creature.
Mm,
Oh,
female.
here's this helmet.
Female.
There you go. Oh, this actually works as a helmet design. I could totally see this.
Alright.
Sounds
That is
Uh, yeah, it's nice.
cool.
I
Keeps
just
the ears open, allows you to bite, but guards your cheeks and forehead.
Mhm.
I bought
Yeah.
Guard's back.
I dropped like 2200 on a new like high-end computer, so I
Hmm.
need to sit down and start generating art for this game.
Mm.
all this, all this stuff just to play
Could
like
be freaking
tabletop
amazing.
simulator.
Yeah, man.
Hey.
Oh, come on.
Okay, sounds like everybody's back.
Yep. All right, so I will. Yeah, so Yadir will slowly approach the man, kind of like slowly taking off like the hood over his head, um, and he'll just kind of like study the man, just kind of like looking at him, seeing like what all's going on with him.
You come in and you inspect the man. He's thrashing around and he's hard to, pin down. And the room is fairly dimly lit as well. But you can see the white of his eyes. His eyes are wide with madness. His hair is disheveled. He seems to have some kind of. He has like veins that you can see visibly in his neck and in his cheeks. Maybe some kind of oxygen deprivation or something like that. But you don't see any signs of like notable wounds or anything like that.
Is he wearing a restraint jacket?
Yes.
Okay.
He's basically strapped to the wall.
Gotcha. Yadir will kind of like walk up to him and just kind of like slowly start reaching a hand out towards like the side of his head, like to the sides of the man's head. He goes, "Don't worry. I'm here to help."
He screams, mostly incomprehensibly, but sometimes he'll scream out of people being eaten.
And then Yadir will kind of go, "Let's find out who they are." As I will use awareness of others. So the check is as the ability, the reach is as the ability, but the psi cost will be as 2. And then I'm going to try to put this man into a state of suspended animation. I assume because normally that power is oneself, that I'll have to touch him in order to do it. And so I'm going to attempt to put this man to sleep. I couldn't get the foundry to work, so I'm just going to use the dice roller in the group. So I'm going to go to dice pit.
Okay.
Alright. 2d6 plus 4. All right, it goes off.
And this is
Needed a
to suspend him.
yes. So it costs normal, but so the check is as normal, so it's 8. But it's gonna cost me, I think, 5 total points, which is oof.
He's thrashing around, violent. You reach out with a hand, and he almost looks like he's going to go reach out and bite your finger off. As you lay hands on him, everybody watches for... It's very quick. He screams out, but in mid-breath, Hamish rests a hand, or Yadir rests a hand on his forehead, grips the other side of his head. And in moments, he stops screaming, and then his whole body sort of slumps back in the restraints. The cell block goes silent as he goes limp.
Yadir is gonna like take a kind of like a deep sigh, and he'll while holding the one hand, he kind of moves it from the forehead to the side, kind of like as if it's almost as if he's searching for, if any of your characters know like brain anatomy, like for the certain lobe
Hmm.
that deals with memories. and then he's going to attempt to probe this man's mind. I'll take my time with this roll because he's not thrashing anymore. Actually, DM, can I take my time with psionic abilities?
I don't know about that. I'm not. I don't think so. They
Don't
have
think so?
casting
Okay.
times, and it just doesn't seem right to me. But we can talk about it more later.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to just ask. Okay, scrolling up. By the way, this quick sheet is awesome. Probe, there we go. Alright, so he's unconscious. That's nice. So it's still a 2d6 plus 4, even at my current state. Sweet. It's gonna be a little hard because it's a higher DC, but since he's unconscious, it might make the DC easier. That's on the DM. All right, and let's go. Doesn't matter. We're in, boys, with a 14.
Check your DMs, and if there's more information you can think of you want to know, let me know.
Will do. God, how much does that cost? Probe is an expensive one, isn't it? 4. Ugh.
Boone is watching to find out if Yadir is bleeding from the nose yet.
No, Yadir is not bleeding from the nose. He's very much okay. I just used a little over half of my side points to do these.
Dang, that's quite expensive.
Yep. 9 points to do all this. Let's see.
I think Moira is just kind of standing, watching all of this kind of go down, and just thinking to herself, you know, the craziness that must be Zodani's society.
Boone did a recon but didn't notice anything, so is now just watching.
Once enough time has passed that Yadir usually has kind of finished his work, I guess Moira kind of... So, Yadir, is there anything pertinent that we should know about?
Real quick, actually, I'm gonna roll. I had to roll to see how long this lasts. Because it takes. Yeah. Because all this information transferring that's happened is taking seconds, but the establishing the link on the outside can take a long time. Because like the speed of thought is almost instant, but everything else takes time.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
1 minute. Okay, this is gonna be a quick transference. All right. All right, Faust. I'll start typing.
And as you're in this hallway, you can look around. And Foon, you notice there are cameras that are situated up in the ceiling and things like that. But aside from that, you seem to be alone in this hall.
Boone will wave at each camera and smile.
Oh God.
After the minute passes, is there anything kind of left to do here? Or it's like, Yadir, are you interested in talking about it right away, or?
Yadir kind of like just slowly puts a hand up and gives the universal like sign for like 1 minute.
Wait.
I think Moira gets kind of bored of waiting, and she tries to like interrupt right before you're done or something, but gets silenced again.
I apologize.
No, you're good.
No?
I'm just. So Faust and I are just typing back and forth of like I'm
Yeah.
searching for information. So it's just taking a while. And there's,
Well, it's realistic in a way, right? So
yeah,
Yeah.
Yadir's having to search. Basically, he's searching through a labyrinth of somebody's mind right now, and it's like fragmented as hell. He's trying to discern between random memories and things. It's like trying to solve a puzzle piece in the dark, but you don't know what the picture is supposed to look like.
Hmm.
Un is gonna walk around the cell again and do more recon because he's bored. And he's really sucky at it today.
You can pace around the hallway, peer in. You can see others that are sitting on beds inside the cells.
Just not as psychotic as our guy.
All right, so you're gonna see Yadir, his eyes open, and he's gonna like slowly move his hands down, and he's going to go. Someone give me something to write with.
Hamish will hand over his tablet.
He's gonna start going to like basically this tablet's version of like MS Paint, and Faust. He's gonna start like writing down the symbols, even though they're incoherent and like have no meaning to him. He still remembers them. So he's gonna start just writing down all these symbols that he saw.
Sure.
And so as he's doing this, he goes, "This man has seen horrors beyond comprehension. Something in the void, or between it. Colors unknown. There's this vessel, a Serpent-class scout ship, I believe. It's drifting. It was drifting through the void, like a sea creature in the depth, dead."
Oh, okay, hold on. Serpent Scout. That's a ship. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
And,
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. And so he's going to go. The color purple. No, lighter than. Gas giant with an asteroid ring in the sector, in the system of Rise. He looks over at Hamish and he goes, "Do you know of this?"
I mean, I've been studying astronomy. Or, I don't know, astrogation. Would I know it?
If you do a little bit of, I mean, it's a quick look. If you look at the planetary bodies around Reese, you might find a planet that matches the description.
Okay.
He goes, "In terms of eating of the flesh, it was not necessarily eating, but melting. Flayed, liquefied, layer by layer until nothing but bones remained. There was no entity seen that did such a thing. He took the ship. There was nothing else I could see. Everything else was incoherent, garbled. Memories of past and past, future, and present all mixed as one. This is the only structure that made sense." And then these symbols. He kind of shows the group the symbols. They were scattered in his mind. Did anybody read these? Some language I do not know.
If you
Can
take a
anyone
look at
else
this,
Yeah.
you,
Mm.
let me see. Is there a science check that relates to this? Science.
language?
Xenology, maybe?
Xenology or sophontology.
Oh, or linguistic maybe.
That sounds potentially correct.
Holy shit! Yadir's got a thing in xenology.
Wow.
Moira can make a roll in this as well.
Learn something every day.
Int or education?
I have a +1. Not needed.
Nah, I got a 7. Yeah, I don't know. What y'all get?
I got a 10.
Nice.
Moira, he passes you his sketches of the symbols that he saw floating around the man's mind. Even with a 10, it's not something that you can put a name on. It's not any kind of known dialect that you recognize in any charted space that you've visited. And since we're in, the middle of Reaver's Deep, that's quite strange. I would say that you would at least recognize that this is esoteric knowledge. Someone that specializes in reading these type of runes would maybe know more, but you've never seen this script used pretty much anywhere. Actually, that's not even true. No, I'm gonna end it there. You know that these are esoteric, ancient. These are not used anywhere.
Moira kind of looks at Yadir and kind of hands back the piece of paper with the symbols and goes, the best I can make of it is that this is the kind of knowledge that it would take a scholar, someone who had dedicated a lot of time to either the translation or the understanding of the culture and the peoples that brought about these symbols. There might be a university that we could use or a library, but it's doubtful that a scholar of that sort of information would necessarily be on a station, outside of Caledon. I can do searches through the registries of the station, look for any sort of academic organization that might have, some papers we can look through while we wait for Armin to heal up. I'll help you with the research. I'm fairly good at administration, but that's the best I could tell you. It's not something I can read, and I doubt there's someone else on the station who could. Maybe there is, but I don't want to give you hope where there is none.
Don't worry. But what you were saying is that this, he points to the scribbles, is not the ravings of a madman.
No, that's a script. And she points out the specific areas where there are matching characters, and it's obviously like a structured thing that someone's writing, not just scribbles and gibberish. It's just hard to read because I don't actually know if we have enough tongues or lungs to be able to say some of these, vowels or consonants or whatever they call them in the actual script. Alien languages are very, very different from the language of humanati.
Are there... He kind of looks at the group, and he'll again kind of look at Hamish in the sector where we're supposed to be going. He goes, is there any known minor xeno species that live in that area?
Not that I'm aware of. It's mainly humans.
That's correct.
Well, whatever did this is not human.
Something to keep in mind then, I suppose, as we make our jump, to be on the watch out for. And to be quite frank, I wouldn't have an issue with not stopping in Reese unless we have to refuel.
We have to, though. I mean, it's a billion people.
What about the scout ship? Perhaps we could get access to that.
Oh, the ship he came in on.
It was. It was also the ship he found.
No,
Oh.
Oh, never mind.
to clarify, Yadir, what you saw in your visions was a serpent scout. It's a small, barely, just on the edge of being jump capable. You last saw him floating away from it in space with the planet in the background. He was brought in after he was found by a far trader en route from Reese. They
Oh,
found
so
him
he
floating
was.
in space.
Oh, he was
Ooh.
floating. Oh, damn.
Oh, that's gotta mess with you.
That's gotta be fucky wucky. Ah, shit. So yeah, to redact what I just said earlier. Then, so Yadir goes, well, he was found by a far trader, floating in the void of space. I assume he had some sort of, perhaps an emergency pod or vac suit. But floating in that endless soup can do things to someone all the time. Needless to say, the Serpent Scout vessel that he found is a tiny ship. Something that perhaps we could look for while we're there, solve more answers, and perhaps prevent. He kind of like points to the man on the floor or on the wall where we guys, because from more situations like this. Moira, have you heard about any of this stuff in your travels through the void? I know your people drift. They hear things from traders.
Would I, in your opinion, Faust, have heard anything realistic or just stories?
Well, there's always unexplained phenomena in the space. From what you've heard, men going mad, I mean, that happens all the time. And there's clear signs of oxygen deprivation on him. But at the same time, you are shown a script that it doesn't make sense for this man to know. That suggests aliens, at least. At the very least.
The best that I could probably do for you, dear, in this regard is that there are things in the vast quantity that is space that we'll probably never discover and understand. And even though we're spread so far out through it, there's just so much of it and so many places in it to hide. I'm sure that I could share numerous, probably easily a dozen stories of, people getting cabin fever from being aboard a ship for too long, people going mad. But I think we can't really argue with the fact that he saw something. You can't fake that script. You can't fake that it's alien. And that's something that we have to be on the watch out for.
And that's what I'm worried about. Whatever did this to him, he didn't see. I searched all through his mind and his subconscious, and not one image of any xeno or hostile human activity that comes close to this.
No, and I recognize that, and I agree with you. I think we should be watching out for it. But at this point, the best that we can do is use the information you got from inside his head, share it with the people who asked us to get it, and hopefully they'll be willing to share information that might save our butts if we're in a bad position as we head towards Reese. I agree, Hamish. We have to stop. It's a lot of people, but at the same time, I don't want to linger. We're
Perhaps
lingering here in Dunmarrow. I think we can stop, refuel, and go spend another week in space and deal with 2 weeks straight without a break.
Perhaps what we could do is head to that system. Hamish, you said there's some sort of starport or spaceport in that system?
Oh, yes. No, I mean, there's like 1 billion humans living there.
Well, I'm sure we could tell some sort of authority about this information, and if they can go handle it, or
we've actually made
them.
a deal to pass this information on so we can get Foon fixed up.
Mm.
So at the end of the day, the information is going to get passed on because we're not just keeping this for ourselves. But
Well,
I think
well,
I think Moira kind of just shrugs and goes, I think the best we can do is share it, as we already have a plan to, and then use it for ourselves. When we hit Reese, we can warn any other people in Reese. We can even volunteer to be the mail ship heading along the line that gets it there right away, because we're bloody heading to Reese anyway. So we can offer to be that service if they want us to. But we're just one ship, and she kind of looks around the room and looks at Yadir. I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but we might have a bit of a hero complex starting. We can't save everybody.
And Yadir will kind of like look at her and be like, perhaps you're right. It's funny. Zodani are not a religious people. We don't believe in gods. But we do have a moral philosophy. And this moral philosophy stems that if you have the capacity to do right, or what you believe is good, and you have the means to do so, then you must do it to the best of your ability.
And I would agree with that. But as you've seen, Yadir, the rest of Humanati space outside Zodani space is a bit more fractured than your society. And there are times when you can only do so much good before you burn out your own, candle. You end up with no fuel left for yourself. We're barely holding on. The maintenance will do fine, but that doesn't mean this is the ship that left Caladan with, it's not coming back in the same condition that it left. And we absolutely have to, at some point, worry about number one, or else we're never going to be able to help anyone else after that, right?
Yeah, that's right. You don't know. The ship it left Caledon, but it wasn't with us. It's over a year ago.
Very true, very true. Again, I joined you guys on IA, and at the end of the day, it had its own journey before I was aboard it. But we just got lucky that we landed in Dunmarrow, and that they were willing to front those fees. It's good lord. I don't even want to ask how many credits it was.
Yadir will kind of look to the rest of the group and goes, like to LeBlanc, Hamish, and Foon. He goes, what about you three? Do you wish to go be heroes, as it were, and find out the root of this cosmic horror? Save others from potentially suffering the same fate as this man?
Would our ship even make it?
No,
my
we're
opinion.
fine. We got our maintenance cycle in, so we're good for a while. For about another month or so. It's another 4 jumps. Like it's us almost all the way to Caledon.
I feel like if we we seem to be saving everyone that goes by. As long as you guys aren't going to stuff the hull full of more humans,
Nope.
I'm down with.
Hold's full.
Um,
Cargo holds full food. Don't worry.
I'm fine with helping them as we can. After all, it's good publicity, right? We can
True.
put a whole bunch of ads out of us saving people, so the guild tea is famous, and everyone wants to buy our tea because we're amazing.
At a game, I'm just imagining while we're like going through the depth of this cosmic horror ship, Food's just taking like infomercial style fucking videos of just like, have you and your crew found yourself in the depths of despair? You know what could really take that edge off? Guilty tea. You ever find yourself drifting in the void? This will keep you grounded. Or some shit like that. And it shows like Foon literally like sipping on some tea while in the background we're fighting off the horrors of space.
God.
You are stealing some ideas.
I mean,
Does a whole like pan to the like Foon just looks at the camera and it's got that like he like puts his foot on a fucking desk that's out of nowhere. It's like
well,
The better we're known, the more likely I also shall be able to rise from my clan thing. So therefore, fame is good.
hmm,
Outcast,
we're
bad.
we're headed that way anyway. And by the way, Yadir and Moira, you don't know this. I keep forgetting. The ship was originally called the Strange Journey. We renamed it.
Wait, when did you do that? Oh, right, you had the earlier ITs. Yeah, no, you changed your records and everything. That's a very good job. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, that was Laura.
a
It
fitting
was very
name.
helpful, and we named it the Guild Tea.
Perhaps I should see if this ship has a mind of its own. He kind of like says in a half joke, but you'd also tell that he's kind of like also like
A bit
potentially
sketched.
serious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a bit sketched out now. Moira just kind of shrugs and goes, "I just wanted to bring up the fact that I'm all for trying to help people anywhere we go. I like the idea of it building up a reputation and helping us do better trade, but there does come a point when you're burning the candle at both ends, and you're not going to have anything left to help anyone else if you don't, focus on yourself for a bit. So let's go. Let's figure out if we can help out with this cosmic horror, and do what we can, pass around the information we can, but let's not, be the big damn heroes if we don't have to be, right?
I understand. The safety of this crew goes first.
Hamish will look over at you, Mora, and say, "Aye."
Now, the true question. Yadir looks down at the like unconscious man. What do I do with him?
Did you have him in some like brain stasis? I saw you staring hard at him for a while, but we can't really see what you're doing when you're doing your mind stuff.
I've put him in a state of suspended animation. He'll remain like this for at least a week unless he's acted upon by external stimulus.
Boone pokes the man.
Jesus.
I assure it takes probably more than a single poke, but like Yadir will kind of like Hamish. He'll kind of look at Food and goes,
Yeah,
Food, no.
So
let him rest for a little bit. Give
I
him some peace. Heavens knows.
Is this help him?
It will allow him to at least rest. I
Yes,
doubt that his
let him
mind
know.
has had much time to rest in the past couple of days. Sleep, funnily enough, is something that almost all organisms need, but it is barely not well understood why. Zanardi have their ideas, but it is what it is. I was more
Yeah.
implying that I could try to salvage his mind into something that resembles a personality. Cut off the... It's like almost pruning an infected plant. Or I could terminate him while he sleeps.
No. You can't do that.
So don't you need to rest before you'd be able to fix him?
Prune things?
Well, I have a week to do so. But well, a normal scion would not be able to, but I am not a normal scion.
My question is, we're currently scheduled to leave tomorrow after Armand wakes up. So
Yeah.
are we planning to remain here for another week? Because
Whatever Foon needs.
Boone needs
Yeah, 'cause-
treatment too.
Yeah.
Yes, how long would Foon's operation last?
and how long would Foon need to be recovering after that from the surgery?
Well, most of the surgery recovery could probably happen in jump space. But if we're going to a system where it drives people insane, and Hamish will look at the man currently, bound up to keep from hurting himself, I'd rather have Boone at full capacity.
Absolutely. So then I just want to make sure that I record our paperwork for how long we're staying here, because it sounds like we're already going to be paying the full 3,000 for the docking fees.
Well, our berth is for a week, so I have
All right,
no
perfect.
reason we shouldn't stay for a week.
All right. Well, I think everything's settled then. I would just leave him. Yeah, you dear. I don't know if you're actually in a position where they're looking to have him repaired, but if you feel comfortable pruning and that won't hurt him more, he might appreciate it.
Oh, it could always hurt him more. There's always the chance that I could irreparably damage his psyche.
I'm just slightly worried about, the hospital, asking questions that we kind of gave you permission to be doing something that they didn't ask.
Moira,
How about
we already have a psychopathically insane patient. There's not much we can do to make it worse.
Oh,
right.
yes, we
Mr.
can.
I bow to the expertise of your doctor.
Doctor?
Yes?
Can you pretend that you are coming up with a new treatment?
Oh, good idea.
Boone coming out of left field with the good ideas.
Yep.
And we can pretend the tea helps.
I knew it. I knew it.
It will cure your psychosis.
See,
We
We
are
could.
snake oil salesmen, snake tea salesmen.
I think for most it will pass muster, yes. And for those who would see through it, I have a feeling he would look the other way. This is a good idea.
I had a good idea. We have to make sure people don't actually think that this will cure them, though, don't we?
Well,
we
we're
can
not have to
hint.
treat this often.
We can hint in our advertising that it has one confirmed case of curing something, but that's not,
One
Taken with
confirmed case.
additional
Yeah.
medical supervision and support.
Absolutely right. It's all in the fine print, so we don't get sued all over the deep. So are you gonna do it like she kind of glances around and goes, "So are you gonna just start doing that right now, you dear? Like, are you gonna take your time over this week, or what's the plan?"
Well, let's ask God. Hey, DM. So, so, question: could this even work, or are we just like faffing about right now?
What are you doing?
So we're deciding that we will once Armin is healed and once Foon's operation goes well, we'll head over to try to solve the mystery of this fucking Dead Space-esque shit. But Yadir brought up the point that he could try to help this man regain some sort of cognitive function potentially. And I'm asking if that's even worth trying, or just
Well, it's not impossible. You would have to go through the red tape, probably speaking to the administration here, to let you take him. That's
more humans in the ship.
That's a bit of an ask, but at the same time, you're kind of respected around here, so it's not impossible for you. And then, Yadir, that's just if you're willing to try, who's going to stop you?
I got you.
And I just want to make this clear because, you don't have to do any of this. This is just something that I'm presenting to you while we're here. If this is something you wanted to completely disregard, I'm okay with that. I'm just giving you options and, stuff to do. But
If the ship's fixed, I'm fine with it.
yeah, you are free to investigate or not investigate or try to persuade them to let you bring this guy. I'm okay with all of that. Just want to make that clear.
What would be the healing time for Foon's operation?
I mean, doing the operation, it's on his shoulder or arm, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not something that's going to bedridden him. He's going to be, maybe we'll spend the night in the hospital and then get him comfortable in his stateroom for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that's going to hold you up.
Yeah, no, we can probably do the whole Foon thing in the next day or so, and then healing is just on the guild team. Bit of physical therapy and good.
Well, would everybody be okay? So, we'll probably get more information when we talk to the doctor and we actually look at like the system and like try to figure out like what this like significance of this planet is, and if there is a micro xeno species in the area, maybe. But because 1 billion people, they're gonna see something.
Yeah.
But
this was around a gas giant, so
yeah,
it might just been a ship drifting through. It sounds like
potentially, or well, this sounds like this guy saw the flesh getting melted off the bone.
Look,
So,
like, worst case scenario, we're gonna show up in Reese and it'll have hit one of the major settlements, and suddenly we show up and like a bunch of people are missing body parts and they're melted and shit. Like, who knows?
do not give the game master ideas.
What are you talking about? I already know what happened.
Yeah, he already knows what happens.
I already got the spoilers, homie. Like,
Can we just bring people with? I mean, if it's that amazing, maybe we'll be able to convince more than one ship to come with us too.
Would you?
yeah, you stop off the local tavern and all of a sudden, like a group of people are like, "Hey, you want to go see cosmic horrors beyond this realm of understanding?"
We also have the far traders with the scientists who are going to be following with us on our jumps back to.
That's sort of what I was talking about.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, it depends on what jump capability they have. They might be able to jump beyond what we can.
That's true. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. No, I was plotting it out. If they were put on an X-boat, they could be in Caledon in 2 weeks.
They're not going to be put on an X-boat.
We got to pay X-boat
Yeah,
prices.
I did. Yeah, I was going to say I don't think we're on an X-boat route right now, so.
Yeah. But anyway, I think we have to consider we're on our own, but we have to go through the system. We stick to the main world, we may just ignore it, but this is a main route to Caledon.
I hear they have the best tea on these places, especially once they've been trashed. And I'll get the best prices and therefore be able to mark up the tea by finding it from a lost city that has experienced incredible horrors.
And other things bandits say.
Yeah.
It's like
it's all marketing.
Play the drinking game, like marketing or banditry, Foon edition.
I mean, it was on a ship, right? You dear?
Yes, it was on a Serpent Scout vessel, which is a very small ship.
With the Serpent Scout, yeah. And he jumped off of that ship.
Yeah, that man decided that a vacuum of space was better than that.
I mean, yeah.
Couldn't he have just gone crazy?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, he could have, but Yadir didn't see anything that was just like, yep, dude's crazy. There was definitely some sort of... like, what he saw was real. Like, so it wasn't like dude just woke up and took the loopy pill. It was dude saw some horrors and decided that he had a better chance of survival off the ship.
Sucking vacuum. God. I mean, that tells me if we see this ship, we just
Well,
cut
what
it
the fuck?
apart with our lasers.
Blow it up. That's all we do. No one's
Nuke it from
boarding that
orbit.
thing.
It could be our ship's friend, however.
No, no.
I mean,
Yeah,
if,
it's like
And it's
if we
just
can-
lonely.
Yeah,
I was
no.
if we could take a power watcher to the what's ever left of those humans, we get a free scout serpent vessel.
Oh. Well,
So,
slowly turn
all-
this fleet and slowly turn this into our tertiary characters that all have like massive ships.
I mean, we're going this way anyway. Whether or not we encounter it, that's a big F.
yeah, exactly.
you-
Again,
You said
who knows?
what, gas giant, asteroid belts, there's probably one or two of those in that system. We know roughly where it's at.
Yeah, well, a purple gas giant's pretty with an asteroid belt. I'm pretty sure there's only one of those in the system.
still a good thing that we can look for and search for.
Oh
just
yeah,
for
I'm sure we can do
Yeah.
library checks to figure this out.
Yep.
Plus, also telling the doctor he might have some information about it because he's from he's from this like area.
Or let
So-
them deal with it.
Can I, like, Moira kind of glances up at everybody and goes, shall I page the doctor? Doctor? She addresses this directly to our doctor.
Doctor.
I think I take this to him directly. There
All
should
right.
be no thumbs.
All right, I understand the need for secrecy here. Shall we go, or is there anything else we want to do?
We'll look
Easier.
over at Yadir.
Yeah, Yadir will kind of start putting his like air quote disguise back on and be like, "No, I'm finished here. I've given this man what peace I can."
So you're not gonna try to fix him?
We don't have necessarily the time for it. And I've done what I can for this man. Hopefully he's in good hands with this doctor.
The tech
Hmm.
level
Boone
of
wants to go poke him again, but resists the urge.
Nope. Yeah.
the tech level of this planet means he has access to a lot better medications than we've been seeing for the past 6 months.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Foods doing like the cat curiosity thing, like they were trying to like knock something off the table. So it's not like a hard poke. It's like the little soft baps, just like bap 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 bap.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go talk to the doctor.
Okay.
When I do, I'll leave my comm before I go into the hospital on so people can hear me. Put it on an encrypted channel, though.
You step into the hospital, and you can see the usual activity, but the Dr. Mahol's office door is open. And through a window that comes out of his office and looks out into the main area, he spots you and stands up and gestures you to enter his office and closes the blinds.
Hmm.
He sits down across from you and rubs his eyes.
I'll sit down.
Anything?
Not good things. I came across a ship, the Serpent Scout. Not sure if it was classed or the name of the ship. Gas giant, purple, asteroid belt. Something alien was on the ship.
Really? And this
Hey,
drove him to madness?
to the point that he put a vac suit on and jumped out with no hope
Good
of
Christ.
survival.
Oh.
It's something that is not human or Aslan or anything we're used to.
There's been
And it sits
strange reports coming in
between,
from. Sorry, go ahead.
and it sits between us and Caledon.
There have been strange reports coming in from Reese. One of the docks has been shut down. I don't know anything more
Docs,
than that. Yes,
the high port.
indeed.
Oh God.
I haven't heard anything much else besides that. Huh.
Well, then it sounds like it's made it there.
Well, we don't know for sure. We
Mm,
still have travelers coming and going, and that trade route is extremely busy. News travels very fast on this line. I would say that that's good to know. I can at least speak with the administration. We can have a report sent back to them about what we learned from this man. Alien interference, perhaps, or some kind of mind-altering chemical or substance. At least we can rule it out. Thank you. If that's everything that you've gotten, I can. Tonight, there's going to be a lack of activity in the hospital. If you take this key card, and he takes a lanyard and slides it across the table, that should give you permission. Although, please leave it back on my desk when you're finished.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. A little bit of information is more than your surgery costs tenfold.
Mm.
You have my appreciation.
Well, and I appreciate everything you've told me. I was not necessarily straightforward earlier. You understand. One has to be cautious.
These are dangerous times, Doctor. I understand. And for the record, I don't mind those psionics. I truly find them to be the next evolution of humanity. We all will reach that point eventually. It's just a matter of time. And fear of it is for children.
I agree. Given your knowledge, given your knowledge, is there a way to boost their potential?
Plenty. I mean, there's psionic inducing drugs. There are psionic boosting technology that the Zodani have developed. I even hear that the Imperium has taken an interest in some study of their own.
Mm.
I mean, even Woomera, they're shipping in these prototypes. I I truly think that psionics is going to be the next the next major development in humanity. It's going to be that before we are leaving this galaxy, at least.
Mm. Would would there be any of those enhancing capabilities here that we could tap into?
No.
I was afraid of that.
No. The independent space, while we are free, we still are beholden to powers such as Caledon, and Caledon is still beholden to the Imperium.
Mm-hmm.
We maintain the peace. If we were to
Mm.
openly expand into psionics, that would cause issues. And I understand the the blockings that the Imperium has with psionics, it's not very long ago at all that the Imperium was almost overthrown by a psionic incursion. It's an understandable fear. But to answer your question, there's no support here for people like that. And I doubt you'll find anything like that on the entire way back to Caledon.
Good to know.
Is there any other questions
Thank
you have?
Doctor. No, Doctor. Thank you.
Well, like I said,
Oh.
be discreet, and hopefully we don't have to deal with each other again. Any extent a hand to you.
Oh. I'll take his hand. Wow. I wouldn't say never. We are both professionals. No reason we can't correspond on professional concepts.
That might be so. Well, you know where I am in any case.
Indeed. Thank you for taking care of my crew.
Of course, and your young man should be ready tomorrow morning if you want to come pick him up and escort him to your ship.
Very good. Okay. I'll take the key badge, note where the office is, and let's get Thune treated.
All right. While everybody else is asleep, you escort Foon up to the hospital using the lanyard that you acquired from the doctor. You can take him in, take your time, make a medic check.
Mm-hmm. Oh, heck yes. Definitely taking time here. So, do I get a bonus from the
Yeah, we can call it a +2.
+2 from the facility?
Do you have other ideas?
Okay. No.
Please roll well.
+2 from
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
facility,
say.
take time. I mean, we're looking at maybe
And
like a
take
+4.
time? Okay, yeah. No, I'll definitely do that.
This is like the nicest facility you've been in since we started. Yeah, it
Yes.
looks right to me.
So I can move up, but I also have to lose some cash, right?
Yeah. That's 5K is nothing.
I thought we ended up trading services for.
Yeah.
Well, I still probably have to pay for all the supplies I'm going to use. Maybe? I don't know. Up to the GM.
Fuck it. 5K is nothing. I don't care. So,
Okay.
I was figuring I was taking it out of my character's money.
I mean, we kind of did a plot related thing for it. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with waiving that in exchange for what Yadir did.
So Foon owes Yadir 5k.
Sure.
Yadir, you now have 5k.
In debt.
No, he's gonna give it to him.
Okay. Hamish, you spend the time reconstructing Foon's arm. It's an old wound, but the facilities here, I mean, it's like luxury after dealing with the rod and all those other places that you've worked on. Yeah. So, using the high-tech equipment, you restructure Foon's muscles and restore them as best you can. Foon, you're probably going to need some bed rest on the ship. Probably not going to be using that arm for anything major, in the next week or two. But you'll eventually recover, and you'll have your stat points back.
Yay!
28 sessions later.
Now you have 14 strength, you beast.
Yeah, that's really gross.
Like, that's disgusting. I have 14 education, and it makes all my EDU rules so broken.
So, are there any psionic boosters? No, I was kidding. I think you
No, I tried.
Yadir's
Yeah,
too
I
proud
tried.
of that shit.
I looked.
Not here.
I asked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
We need-
also, the doctor's going, "Hey, so you might have a scion in your vessel. None of my business." And all of a sudden, you hears it pops. Hey, yo, you got any shit?
Yo,
You
Doc, I need that
gotta be smart.
drugs, man.
Hey, yo, doc, I need that fix.
I need that brain boost, doctor.
No, I think while we're in this close proximity of Caledon, we're probably not going to be seeing many things like that. We'll probably see them closer to like the Hyarid borders or the independent systems up towards the north, or I mean, the further we go coreward, the closer we get to Zodani space, you're going to see more of them.
I'm curious. I think narratively, Yadir would only get cybernetics if he medically had to. I don't think Yadir is one. Again, he's very prideful in the fact he's a prodigy, so I think he's gonna try to not tamper with that as much as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the psionics we've seen so far. Tula, who grew up in Fantramas, basically as an orphan, no psionic support system, basically lost her mind. Birch, who is a murderous psychopath, also psionic.
Thank you.
We have the mercenary, the guy that's chasing after you, also psionic, also teched out. I mean, it's a pretty good pattern here. I mean, you resist that by being so well trained and having like a pretty sound state of mind, but the signs are there. So
Yeah, it's true. I personally do. Faust personally love the fact, and I think that other things should do it more. That psionic abilities, if you are naturally detrimental to you, that they do cause either is correlation or causation. Do psionics make your mind more susceptible to sociopathic or dementia or that kind of stuff, or is it that people who already have those traits, if given psionics, are just going to abuse them? You know what I'm saying?
and in the universe, it's not that well studied. They don't know for sure. They have institutes that study this sort of thing, but it's not a hard science, and they just don't know.
Yeah, and so Donnie are just either too hush hush about it, or they're just
They
yeah,
don't
we
have to
already
deal
know.
with it. They don't deal with it. If a member of their society has a mental illness, they will literally go into their brain and fix it for them. And there's no real drawbacks to that because they are in their psychic community that feeds off of each other.
Yeah.
As for you, I mean, or Tula, you don't have that feedback. So if you use your powers and expend that, you're basically pushing your mind to its limits, which could lead to worse effects.
So, if we add Birch to the group and stuff, is this going to be helping or hindering?
I don't know.
Probably.
Does crazy fix crazy? I don't know.
Well, the thing is, I think that if Birch was added to the mix, it wouldn't really affect Yadir. Yadir is already trained. Yadir is as professional as you can make a scion. But Tula is like clay, and if Birch got a hold of Tula, there's no doubt in my mind that she would be like, "Hey kid, your friends are all gonna die if you don't do that, psychic blast you do that fucking melts people's brains."
Yeah, but let's talk about this later.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. During the night, Foon gets fixed. And in the morning, the medical staff will reach out to you, and you can go gather Armand, and Cindy and Tula and Keegan and all them will come. And, I mean, just for funsies, Cindy made everybody fill out a card. Congratulations on getting better from getting shot. But they'll go and pick up Armand from the hospital. They're keeping him in a wheelchair for the moment, but given a bit of rest, he should be back on his feet in a bit of time. Whoops! Shut up. Be quiet.
I'll sign the card. Yep, no stunner this time.
Bringing him back to the guilty. You have your cargo hold full of trade goods. The scientists have been offloaded, and an administrator will meet you. and he'll introduce you to two captains of the Far Trader, a man and a woman, and they both introduce themselves as typical Far Traders of Dunmarrow. But they've been allocated to return the scientists back to Caledon, and they're happy to do so. So they say that they will be following you back on your return trip.
Hmm. Okay.
Delightful. You guys can keep the humans with you.
That's the idea, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They're not in deep freeze, which is good.
So
Okay,
they're ready to
fantastic.
take off whenever you are.
Well, does anybody else have anything else we need to do? I assume we've been fueled up, maintained, life support's restocked, med bay's restocked.
Your ship's in the best shape it's been in since Von Traumas.
Food's restocked.
Yep.
Well, yeah, we got
Vending
trinkets.
machine.
Vending machine
Oh my-
not restocked with sticks of meat.
What?
Probably more
No,
modern
no.
food.
What?
What? No, no. We need the dehydrated meat.
Yeah, you go in and you look in the vending machine and they've placed it with like real food and everybody's like, what the fuck?
What?
I do not understand.
We can fix that later. But
I like the idea that the whole crew is like, I don't know if it's like Stockholm syndrome or not, but now we're all just like, goddamn, they messed with the meat.
that's the staple.
That's
They-
coming off the ship. I hope we know that's going on our ship. We're taking that vending machine.
Yeah, why is there a vending machine? Why was there ever a vending machine? These are more important mysteries than whatever the hell's happening right now.
Cosmic horror is not. The meat vending machine, is that stock? Is that standard?
That's its own cosmic horror.
God. It's like, not only do we have to pay for everything else, we gotta pay to eat. Like, food is not complimentary on
Yeah,
this
it's like a
ship.
credit for using the vending machine. It's fucked up.
All right, well, let's get on board.
Okay.
Hamish will find Cindy, see if she had a good time on Dunmarrow.
Cindy and Tula spent a lot of the time with Keegan. They spend a lot of time in the mid decks. There's entertainments like movie theaters and bars and things like that you can spend your time doing. So yeah, they had a good time.
Did I miss? Did we get to see the performance?
Yes, we did.
We did, yep.
That was your
Okay.
first night here. Yep.
Hmm.
Must
So
have been
Cindy-
the alcohol and then the coffee.
Yeah, no, that was the goal.
Get drunk enough to
Sure.
forget Kawa.
Yeah. So Cindy, Tula, and Keegan all seem to be on an even keel now.
Everybody's had a few days to relax.
Good.
And when you get back on the Guild T, Keegan's in there like, oh my god, they fixed the engineering bay. Oh my god, wow, I need to mess this place up again. I don't know where anything is. What the fuck? And you hear the immediate racket of an old man in the engineering room.
To engineer my fucking living.
Yeah. Cindy and Tula get themselves situated. Armand, he is allowed to rest. He's probably going to be in one of the staterooms. Foon needs a little bit of rest too, but she can still move around.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll take up steward duties since I only have secondary treatment I have to worry about.
Sure, and Hamish, like you're leaving Armand in the room after getting him situated.
Yeah.
But he reaches up and he grabs you by the wrist. Hey, Doc. Thank you. Really.
Your crew, your family. You know that. I know I've been hard on. Yeah. I know I mispronounced clan.
Sorry.
I'll find a way to make this up to you. I promise.
I'm sorry for putting you in this mess. You would have left long ago.
It's okay.
I
don't
was
think
too hard on you.
I don't think I would have given this up for anybody. Now that I've done it, I've changed my mind on a few things. I think I'm ready to fight.
That's good.
He gives you a bit of a smile, and then he rests his head back on the pillow.
Would you like some tea?
God, no.
Then I think you're healing.
LeBlanc, however, would like to try to make some tea for Foon, who is recuperating himself.
Go for it. Let's see a steward.
Oh,
What's your-
my.
What's your steward, LeBlanc?
I don't have it.
Oh no, it's gonna be like sludge.
Oh, I'm gonna bring the block of tea to Foon.
Yeah, LeBlanc opens the door. Oh, Foon.
What
I
is
made
that
tea
smell?
for you, buddy. It's tea.
And you're gonna drink every drop.
It's like not even warm water. It's just a block of tea.
It's just like
It's gonna look at
it's
him.
just
and be
slightly
like,
warm water with chunks of plant floating around.
It's got grass in there.
I think we need to give you remedial lessons in tea making. I do not know the appropriate human term.
Nonsense, Foon. You're always giving us tea when we're sick. That's your turn. We're gonna make tea for you. You gotta drink it.
Drunk it enough. I should know how to make it, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's it.
Oh no.
Bottoms up.
Who's gonna be like, Doctor?
All right, hold him down.
Your deer doesn't need to be a mind reader to just feel the disgusting cringe coming off of fucking Foon. He gets psychic backlash from the cringe. Emotional damage.
Well, LeBlanc, we ready to go?
Yes.
All right. The guilty
I just-
unclamps.
I just love the idea of a spaceship making those engine sounds. You know, like
Scream.
Put it in neutral.
I do donuts with my scout ship.
what do donuts look like when
flattening.
you can do go in any direction? Like
It's it's a Mobius strip instead of a donut.
Yeah,
exactly.
go
Yeah,
with the swirly donut.
I'm gonna go do some Mobius strips. Hang on.
Sick, bruh. The guilty takes off from Dunmarrow Highport. Better than we left. Or better than we got here, I mean.
Yes, we have less humans,
That's right.
but our tea making skills need help.
And behind you, also docking out from the high port, are two far traders, captained by two young, spry captains that are housing the scientists for you. So for the first time in months, the guilty feels like normal. Has a normal cargo hold, a bit too many humans, but normal and clean. And that's great.
Foon able to actually stretch his beans.
Yeah.
Moira is so surprised they were able to scrub out some of that stink.
It's never going to permanently go away. You know what? I don't think the workshop stink will ever truly be fixed. I think the workshop is always going to slightly smell like burnt human. But
That's why we're getting a new ship.
that's, yeah.
It's that faint smell of like burnt hair, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah, we got to remember a dude fucking fried to death in there.
Dude, fried to death in there.
He did. No, that's
He did.
Wait, hold on, that's
Okay.
canon.
that's canon. Go read the death scene for Laura and T-Bone.
Oh
They
my
were
god.
they were the two
That's
players before you
Reddit?
guys got here.
Oh,
That's how
no.
you wrote their deaths? I remember you telling us that rule
Nope.
that if you...
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we wrote multiple people's deaths. There's
T-Bone-
3 different.
T-Bone was very curious about the 3D
T-Bone.
printer in Laura's chest and tried to, play around with it and get some information. And Laura was very, very unwilling to do that. So when T-Bone went in and tried to, mess with Laura, Laura did, tried to escape, and T-Bone managed to fry the wrong wire and electrocute both him and Laura to death. And that was
I just
literally the day before you met this crew.
I just
Wow.
like to imagine that, like, that's to, like, the OG crew, that's kind of like a nonchalant thing. But, like, it's just kind of like, one day you do is gonna be like, I never really asked this, but, like, why does this room always smell bad? And you're like, oh. And, like, sips tea, just, you don't know?
Like right before we
Oh
met
yeah,
you.
it's because 60,000 volts went through 2 people for several minutes.
Yeah, just
Why
like,
does it smell bad?
you see that stain on the floor? Yeah, that's a guy.
Yeah, one of them's still
No,
in the
Hamish
closet.
would just. Yeah, when you ask why does it always smell bad in here, Hamish just looks at you and just says T-bone.
He just opens up the closet and there's the derelict Laura corpse
What?
that we still have in the closet.
Yep, I do. Well,
Let me see.
I don't
think
have
we
patience for a change. I think it's time I get busy with my robotics.
Yeah, it's always there if you ever want to play with it. I'm surprised nobody's pulled her out yet.
Oh, I will.
Moira was focused on DDoT.
Yeah, which is now operational. Which makes me want to ask, during jump, Moira, what are you doing this week?
Moira has been training herself on the life support systems to round out her engineering skills. So now that the ship is back into like proper working order, and she hasn't had to like just flub with the life support systems to make it work, she's like re-upping herself with the basics once again. So she's just spending another week training her life support.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, question. Do we get Moira anymore for anti-aging drugs?
We don't
No,
need
it's
any more
okay.
of that for a little while.
Probably not there.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it was me making more of a joke. As soon as we hit
Okay.
Caledon, that's going to be whatever money she might get for her individual role, she's going to convert it into that.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Again, technically no one else in the group except for the doctor knows how expensive that habit is yet, so she's not trying to publicize that.
That's fair.
All right. How about everybody else? Anything we would like to do during the week?
food
Studying
is...
navigation.
Oh.
Studying navigation.
Okay.
Foon is also studying. He's studying advocate.
All right. Sounds good. Something you can easily learn from a tablet in bed.
Yeah, it's 8 weeks to testing.
Depends on where
Right.
you're at.
Yeah.
I'm at
0
0.
to 1. Yep. So 8 weeks.
0
for
to
you.
1. Okay.
Let's see. I think Yadir's gonna just continue to train Tula.
You've noticed a change in Tula. Ever since Armand was shot, at least. She's been a lot more receptive to these training sessions. Typically, when you would go to talk to her about it, she would, either reject you outright or kind of half-ass it. But ever since the incident on Kawa, when you go to speak with her, she instead, without a complaint, comes with you and tries to follow along with what you tell her to do. She's not adept at it in any way. She doesn't have good control over herself, and her mental state really doesn't lend that to her. But she tries. She genuinely tries.
Yeah, that's all I could ask for sometimes.
She seems to have a change of mindset.
I wonder why.
So, the week passes comfortably. After a few days, Armand will push himself up from his bed, using the walls for support, and make his way around. Luckily, his spine wasn't injured, and after the surgery and the regeneration and all that, he's more or less back on his feet, although he's slow. And if you poke him in the stomach, he's not going to like you.
Mm.
Foon.
Boone would
Yeah.
want to poke him on the stomach.
Same with you. After a few days, you can, roll your shoulders, get your arm back in motion. It's sore, it's tender, but you feel the strength coming back. But you're going to need to get used to it. And really, that's it. A nice, quiet week in Jump. The first one we've had in quite a while.
I was about to say, fucking finally.
I was gonna say, I think this is the first time we've had like a non-violent, super dangerous session where like our lives or the lives of others are at risk. Like the most dangerous thing was just dealing with a psychopath, just a crazy person. That was it. Like,
Yep. It's a far cry from what we've been doing, but it's nice. And at the end of this week, we can come out and head to Reese. Let's take a look at Reese real quick. Reese. As you come into the system, you'll notice a bright yellow star. You can go ahead and take a look in the library about Reese. There's a high port situated over the planet, not quite as big as Dunmarrow's. In fact, this is mostly to facilitate mail and trade and not much else. You can, of course, land and stay, but as far as, entertainment facilities and all that, it's a bit lacking. As you come in, the skies are busy. Far traders, cargo ships, Caledonian scout ships, of which they have scout bases here, Navy ships. The airs are pretty wide open. And as you come into the system, again, similarly, you're pinged, as well as your far trader escorts that come in probably at half an hour after you. And again, given the green light to come in and land at Reese's High Port. If that's what you would like to do. At the moment, you just came out of Jump.
What do you think,
Wanna
guys?
Scan the system real quick before we land.
Yeah,
Oh,
Myra will do a sensors check.
All right.
Okay, you do a sensors check. I'll pull up the net and see if there was any salvage around gas giants in the last 2 weeks.
Boone is gonna go up to the turret.
God
Jesus.
damn
Yeah.
it.
Jesus.
Well, I think with that kind of roll, Moira, if I can suggest that you would, let's pull a little closer to that planet that we heard about and take a look, or, run sensors normally. As far as visible threats, there are none. So if you're running sensors, you're mostly looking for that salvage wreck or anything like that. And you do eventually pick up a ping. It's actually very quick for you because you know where to look. Not that. Sorry, one moment. We'll just go with this, whatever. The Serpent Scout is probably one of the smallest ships that you'll find that has a jump drive. These are typically VIP ships that have head along with larger ships if you want to have a little bit of space, or if you want to move around in being discreet. They often make good smuggler ships if you can outfit them to have powerful maneuver drives. This one seems to have been left behind over the purple gas giant that you see. And this music doesn't fit at all. Go away. That's better. You fly over this purple gas giant. Or, no, you don't. You just made a sensors check, sorry. You do detect this ship. The engines are dead. There's no signs of life, and there's no signs of activity surrounding it. Among the asteroid field, you might pick up like a mining ship or two. But they're on the opposite side, and it doesn't seem that anybody has disturbed this derelict, which is just on the edge of the gravity well of the planet. Seems to just be floating in space, spinning helplessly, unmoving.
Moira sends basically a check across the comms, being like, everyone, please pay attention. All right, well, preliminary scans, I got lucky on my first one, and I got a ping. Yadir did a lot of good work figuring out a rough idea of where this man came from, so I found the derelict. It's currently just cartwheeling, spinning in space, stuck at the very edges of the gravity well. If we want to go check it out, I can give LeBlanc the coordinates. And,
Can I just shoot it?
Not yet.
We aren't nearly close enough, Foon, for you to take that shot in any safe way. So we could absolutely get close and blow it to pieces. That's my vote. As if a man risked jumping into the void with no guarantee that he was actually gonna get rescued, instead of staying aboard it, I'm not going aboard. Let's just say that.
I'd like to go aboard. I want to see where this goes.
Then you can, Yadir, and I will stay aboard the Guilty with the turret trained on the ship in case there is an issue. But I am speaking for myself as a long-time spacer. I'm not going to go aboard that ship.
And Yadir kind of nods. He goes, I understand.
Am I? Who's manning the turret?
Well, I would assume that if
You
Yadir is
are
going, then
currently.
other people. But I was just volunteering to be back on the ship, and I'm assuming that. What, does anyone else want to go with Yadir?
I will go wherever my friend wants me. He, after all, made it possible for me to have my surgery.
I can go. Tula says suddenly from one of the chairs.
Wait, hold on. Tula wants to go?
Yeah, suddenly she pipes up from, the corner. I can go.
Tula, Yadir kind of looks over at Tula and goes, Tula, there will be times to be adventurous. I believe time like this would be best left to the professionals. This is not a proving ground.
But you can't see
This
what
is
I
a-
see.
And
Right.
I'll step up next to Yadir and pull out my phaser, look at it, reholster it. And how
Yadir-
is she any
Yadir will-
less capable than I?
Yadir will kind of sigh and he'll kind of rub his blue eyes. He'll go to the ship's closet and pull out a stunner and give it to her. Be like, do you know how to use one of these?
You just pull the trigger, right?
Yadir will quickly kind of show her the power settings, point and click, and then he'll shoot a box with it, and just kind of send the arc of lightning that way. He goes, "This is your voltage. Aim and shoot. Use both hands. There's no recoil."
Simple enough.
Do we have out of game? How old is Tulu?
16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a vac suit in her size?
Most likely, yeah. A female vac suit.
Yeah, like a junior or like a juvenile vac suit. I assume they make like kid-sized vac suits.
It's teen for
She's-
girl. Never mind.
She'll fit, yeah.
Yeah, Yadir will kind of like slowly like put her into the vac suit and like start sealing it up for her and like talking with her, and you're seeing Yadir is like being very caring, not in like a romantic way, but in like more like a paternal way. Like he's like, all right, you got your phaser, right? Okay, you got your stunner. Okay, you got your lunch. You got like you got your air can. Like
You dear. It'll be fine.
I know.
While Yadir's doing all this, I'm gonna go do a search on the net for any salvage around this gas giant in the last 3 weeks.
Foon is gonna go get ready for combat.
Aside from mining operations in the asteroid belt, there doesn't seem to have been any salvage done recently.
Okay.
This wreck
Trying to
is
decide if I
likely
get to.
a little over a week old.
Hmm.
Trying to decide if I get to go or not.
You want to go?
Yeah.
Then go.
I mean,
Yeah,
Hamish
yeah,
doesn't want to go, but I have to.
You don't
It's
have
more
to go.
should I stay and man the ship, or because Moira can't man the turret and the drive if needed.
I would feel no offense to LeBlanc, but I would feel sorry, no offense to Moira, but I would feel a lot better if there was a competent pilot on our rescue vessel.
What are you talking about? You don't want me making maneuvers while you're running away from a space demon thing?
And have you all forgotten how I flew the ship and I saved everybody from the Tonto?
There.
Come on now.
Come on.
Keegan, you get to sit in my turret. That's how much I trust you,
Oh.
not to kill me.
Ooh.
I
I'll sit in the turret and Moira.
I
can
am truly
fly.
blessed.
Mhm.
I've upgraded from engineer to turret gunner.
I'm
I'll-
over
I'll
the
be
moon.
I'll be standing in a suit at the back of the cargo hold next to the line we'll be using to connect the ships, and I'll be waiting for you to return. But unless I start hearing screaming over the comms, I'm not making a spacewalk to a ship filled with a deadly whatever the crap it is.
Well, I'm
How
sure,
many
Okay.
grenades
Well,
should
I'm
I
sure we
bring?
could at least either
All
tether the
of them.
ships or like airlock the ships and like combine them.
No, tether. We don't touch ships.
Don't touch ships. All right, we'll tether
Whatever drove him insane, we don't want it
on our ship. Yeah, that's fair.
on this ship.
Yeah, no touching the
Ah.
possibly Event Horizon ass ship.
Please, if you walk on the ship and everything looks perfectly normal and there's people walking around, please just run.
Just like, nope, that's space ghosts. I'm out of this bitch.
Yeah, like seriously, just run.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see what drove this man nuts.
Those of you who are going to head over to the ship, I think we can go ahead and do that. The guilty pulls closer, spending a little bit of time flying over to the wreck. And once you get a visual on it, you can see it, as Moira described, sitting in space, floating, slowly spinning. You can pull up beside it, LeBlanc, and those of you that are planning on heading over can take the walk over, attach a line. Whoever's doing that can probably make a vac suit check.
It's Moira, or all of us.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm actually pretty good at that, I think. Oh well, yeah.
Well,
I have a 0 because I think we made vac suit checks in a
I got
previous
a
thing.
0
So.
too, yeah.
Well, no, I
Oh.
have a +2, but sorry, LeBlanc, you have a plus
Okay.
3 or 4.
Well, I have a +1 if we're using education, which is what's blue there. I have a +3 if we use dexterity.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, I have a +2, which is the blue one. So I'll give it a try first.
Huh.
Ooh, just barely.
So, funnily enough, Moira's the one that goes out and sets up the line to the other ship,
Comes back
despite her
in.
adamance of not wanting to do any of that.
Look, she doesn't want to do it, but if someone's gonna do it, she's gonna do it right.
Yeah, she's gonna do it
I'm not
right.
going aboard the. I'm not going aboard the fucking ship. I'm just shooting a tether.
Right. So you attach the line to the other ship to secure it in place while the rest of the crew is able to spacewalk over, and then you climb back aboard the Guilty to safety. The rest of you, using this line that Moira established, can pull your way across one by one to the derelict. From the exterior, you don't see any notable damage.
Okay. Well, get to an airlock.
Okay. As you head over, there does seem to be the airlock is cracked open. Somebody left in a hurry.
That's not good.
You go ahead, and while I switch songs, you begin entering the Serpent Scout. It's not a big ship at all, and as you come into the airlock, you can peer around. There's a single common area with a door in front of you. To the right of you is the bridge. To the left is the cargo hold, and beyond that is the engineering room. Standard small ship layout. From where you are right now, you're just in a hallway outside of the common area. No.
Is there any gravity?
No, not in here. Ship's completely dead.
Okay. Well, I'll let Yadir lead, but I'll follow up with a stunner out and cover whatever area becomes our rear. Probably the cargo hold.
Yeah, Yadir will move forward. He'll have his hammer, boarding shield, and laser gauntlet, and he'll take lead. He'll tell Tula to be behind him, and then if Foon wants to take up the rear, be rear guard.
Okay. Boone has the vac suit, a stunner, and he kept his monoblade with him, and then also
yes,
the
I-
grenades.
I also have my vac suit. I think it's all soon we have vac suits on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, have to. No,
And then and
Moira
then also
offered
Yadir,
anyone who wanted it a laser pistol. By the way.
Yadir will also have an emergency vac kit, which has a lot of really good shit just in case something bad happens or her suits
Okay.
get compromised.
So, would you like to check the bridge, the common area, or the cargo hold first?
Let's just go. We'll go back to front. So
Alright.
we'll just sweep the ship.
Oh, okay.
So,
So cargo
you're
hold.
going to
So I'll
start with the
watch them.
cargo hold first.
I'll cover the bridge, make sure nothing comes out.
You see a very strange sight as you open up the cargo hold. There's there's 2 crates here. There's one on either side of the cargo hold, but situated in the center, the very center of the cargo hold, it's a site of decay. It's almost as if the metal surrounding the center of the cargo hold has been rotten away. The very edges are a dust-like rust, but there's craters in the cargo hold, even on the ceiling, and you can even see the degradation that started kicking in on other crates. It's just this rusted out crater that has appeared in the center of the cargo hold. Besides these other 2 crates, there's nothing else to see here. If
Oh,
you
I was muted.
Uh,
So Yadir will kind of like look around the ship, and he'll just real quick do I assume I'm back to full strength when it comes to my psionics.
Yeah.
He'll do a life detection ping
All right, go for it.
because I living with these people, I know what their like psionic essence looks like. So yeah, I know it's me, Tulu, fucking Hamish, and Foon. If there's any more than that, we have issues now.
Yep. Go ahead.
$12.
No, you dear. You don't pick up anybody.
All right. Udir will kind of go over to the comms and goes, at least psionically, there is nothing alive on this vessel besides us. He'll call to Moira and be like, Moira, can you confirm with the sensor sweep?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
absolutely. And Moira runs back up to the bridge and works away at the computers.
Okay. You have to step around this crater, this rusted out anomaly in the cargo hold to head back towards the engineering room. And Moira, you can confirm you're not picking up any heat signatures besides the ones that you're expecting to see.
All right. No, yeah, it's clear, you dear, and everybody else. I'm just picking up your body heat, not anything else that seems to be necessarily jumping out at me as wrong. What are you guys seeing on your end?
Udir will turn on his camera feed and like allow Moira to see what he's seeing from his helmet. There's some sort of crater, possible explosion, maybe.
Is there anything identifying Faust in the crater that jumps out to Mora? She has a specialization in planetology.
I don't think planetology would help you here, but
What is it, like an impact crater or like maybe an explosive?
it doesn't look like an impact. It doesn't look like an explosion. It looks like the metal that was there rusted away. And rusted fast. It rusted to the point that it created a crater and actually affected the nearby walls and ceiling. Whatever was here,
Rust is
or if there was something here, rusted away this section of the ship rapidly.
Boone is gonna sort
Udir
of
will
see
kind
if
of like
he can recon
sorry.
that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Udir will, I was gonna say he was gonna like take a just like something out of his like a kit or something like that and like try to take a swab or a sample of this thing and like try to put it like seal it. He goes, perhaps maybe it was some sort of acidic. Maybe it eroded and ate away at the metal.
But that's all you see.
it's
in the
interesting
cargo.
to say the least. Is there? Well, just keep your camera feed active so I can watch through your helm.
If you check the crates, actually, I should mention,
You dear.
you peer inside. There seems to be packages of this brownish plant-like material. On the crates, there's a marking, and if a quick library check will distinguish this as red shopper. And you can connect the dots. This seems to be Jaihi. It's a coffee-like substance that comes from red shopper.
Boone's like, burn it.
Hmm.
Perhaps these men were traitors, or
They
Udir kind
should-
of like sticks his hand into the like ground like powder and kind of like lets it run through his hand.
You've contaminated your suit. You'll have to burn it.
It's just coffee food.
We don't
hope.
sell
Oh.
coffee.
Wow, just the deadpan.
So you guys are doing engineering next? Because Hamish is still covering the bridge.
Udir will kind of look over at Tulu and be like, "Do you see anything that I don't see?"
I get a weird feeling. I'm gonna walk around the ship a little more.
Udir will look at Fu and be like, "Can you stay with her?"
Of course.
From the next room is the engineering room. Maneuver drive and jump drive are all dead. Electronics are all dead. Further investigation of this room will probably require engineering checks of either of those kinds.
Yadir will look over and be like, Moira, Keegan, do you see this?
Kinda.
A bit. It's a camera feed, man. It's better if I was there. And you hear Moira grumbling to herself as she realizes she's probably gonna have to make the jump.
Well, looks like the power is completely out. Does GM, does this look damaged at all, or is it just like it just ran out of fuel?
I'm gonna need a roll.
Can Moira also help because she's looking through the feed?
Yeah, can I task chain through the feed?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Maybe with a minus. Maybe we'll call that
yeah,
minus
I'm
2.
I'm a minus what? Sorry, 2.
Yeah, I think that sounds okay. Minus 2.
Okay.
All right. And then what would I need to roll?
Investigation.
Investigation.
Oh.
I think I have.
So not engineer power.
Yeah, if it's investigate.
There's
I
also a
have
power
that
plan. You
plus
can roll
2.
that as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll engineer power because that means I'm just rolling out a flat 2d6.
All right.
Yep, and I will roll investigation. Oh, come on. Boxcars? Or snake eyes? God damn it.
Boxcars, that would have been nice.
Yeah, I
you,
wish
you
it was
don't you don't know
boxcars.
how to work a vac suit. Anything like that.
Mm.
All right, well, yeah, I don't even know why I rolled. That doesn't matter.
All right. Well, no,
Well,
with a negative,
Mm.
that's not how task chains work. So you're good, Moira. So
I'm trying to give him detailed directions, but the camera keeps moving as he's moving, and it's very difficult to explain.
He's
to
like,
someone
Yadir, hold
through a
still.
camera.
It's like, am I looking at the right thing? But he doesn't know, like, the camera feed's not in line with his eyes, so it's, like, up and to the left, and, like, he keeps, like, trying to look and shit like that, and he's like, this one? And he, like, no, move your hand. He's like, your other hand.
Yeah, I'm doing that thing that dads do, where they ask you to hold the light while
Hold
they're
the
working
light,
on
you
the
goddamn-
engine, but it's through a camera feed, basically.
so yeah, Moira.
Moira, would you like to help me?
Yeah, I can probably help you. How can I help you, LeBlanc?
Well, I'll make an I'll investigate it. Because you were doing a task chain to help.
Yeah, no, I can.
Yadir,
I can,
right? Who failed?
I can do a task chain to help you as well.
Yeah, try it.
Much worse.
Yeah, we're gonna,
How's
y'all
it
two are
gonna
gonna
be
get
worse?
hands on with this. We
And
can't get it
then-
through the speed.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
you-
she just gave me a big minus of
Yeah,
what?
I get like a -2, I think.
No, it's a -1.
Okay,
Mm.
Cool.
Guys,
so I
just so you
passed.
know-
No, we did the task chain wrong. Anyway, but no, it doesn't pass. That's not how that works. You would need to roll investigate first to help her with the task chain.
Oh.
We thought she was helping us.
No, it's the other way around.
Okay.
So, yeah, Moira, as LeBlanc and Yadir are in the engineering room of this ship. They're showing you the machines, like the power plant, and from what you gather, I mean, it's shaky. You don't see anything in this state that would explain anything. Foon, you are in the common area with Tula, and she's just kind of standing there looking around the room, and you can see her head turning back and forth in the vac suit. Someone died here. Painfully. They were scared.
okay. Are you sure you want to be measuring them right now?
Measuring?
I don't know what the terms are for the psychic woo-woo stuff.
mean,
That's like woo-woo stuff.
I just know that. I just know that somebody died in this room. But I don't know where. It's small.
Okay, well, do we want to know where they died? Let's go try to figure out if there's something dangerous in this room.
You can make a investigation or recon check.
There's a large Aslan with a grenade launcher.
Shut up. You want an investigation or a recon?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'll do a recon because then I have an actual chance.
I think,
Okay,
Foon, as Tula said, there might be something suspicious about this room. You are walking around the grates, around the tables of the common area. You notice one of the grates towards the back is slightly ajar. You could probably put a few nails under it and pull it up. It seems to have been dislodged from the rest of the flooring. And Tula is standing behind you as she looks at this. And if you lift up the grate, there seems to be a fairly well-preserved young woman in a vac suit. Although the vac suit's helmet has been pierced by a bullet which entered into her forehead. The body is well preserved in vacuum of space, and she seems to have curled up into this grate, and then either been left here or thrown in here, or you don't know how she got in here.
gently turn Tula to look in other directions because she's a cub. And then he is going to investigate and see if he notices anything else about this person. And he's going to calm the other people and be like, we have a nice dead body. Tula could sense there was a dead person in the room, and, well, we found the body of the dead person. Yadir, do you want to come get your cub?
Yadir will kind of just kind of like look at Hamish and nod and goes, "We're on our way."
I'm up front, yeah. I'm
can
guarding
come
the
in.
bridge.
Yeah, when Yadir makes his way over, he'll kind of like put a hand on Tula and kind of like not like pull her, but kind of like guide her away. Be like, "You did good, but let's have the doctor look at this."
All right. Foon, you look over the body. From the vac suit, it's not immediately apparent, but you can search the body and come across an identification. She seems to have been a member of a reached branch of a trading company that belongs to Caledon. There's a symbol on the identification that she has that marks her as something of a traveler or a free trader, if you can picture that. Someone that takes on jobs for different companies or organizations as an independent. She was, at the moment, aligned with Reese.
Okay. Finn's gonna check and see if there's any weapons and other stuff as well.
No weapons.
And so that we don't know where the gun, shot came from. We
You
can't
don't
tell
find
which.
any sort of firearm in this room, or in the cargo bay, or in the engineering room.
And was the gun shot through the helmet?
It was.
Or was the gun shot? Okay. Alright. And is the doctor up here yet?
No, I'm still guarding the bridge.
Are you on the bridge, Hamish?
No, I'm not. Whenever the airlock came into the hallway, I just took a position there, and I'm covering the bridge.
Okay.
Boone is gonna be like, Doctor, there's a dead body. You should examine it. Do you want to switch places with me? I can guard the bridge.
Yes, come up and guard the bridge then.
Okay.
Foon is gonna go switch places so that the doctor, who might actually make sense of this.
You can make a medical check, Hamish.
Okay.
Ah, yes, this woman with the headshot died a headshot.
Yeah, she died.
Yeah.
Oh my
I know.
god, she died.
I know. If you don't want to roll it, it's pretty obvious what happened here.
No, I'll roll it.
We can at least see how long she's been dead.
Or how far away the shot was from, maybe?
Self-inflicted or
No, it
probably
wasn't
not.
self-inflicted. You investigate the scene that you find her in. Her knees are curled up. Her hands were up in a defensive motion at the time of death. She had a wide-eyed look of terror and fear, and her mouth was open as if she was speaking. The bullet entered into the skull, didn't pass through. She died instantly. A very clean shot. The weapon seems to have been a fairly decent caliber pistol. And you don't see that weapon anywhere.
Okay, Hamish will key to drop Tula from the general chat and then pass that information on.
Yeah, Yadir will kind of like show Tula how to like disengage from the chat real quick.
Great. Which you won't do.
Medium caliber, knew her attacker perhaps, was trying to negotiate defensive position. Semi-close range probably, given the accuracy.
You think that whoever shot her was standing on the grate, like on the floor above, while she was hiding underneath.
Oh, so she was hiding. Okay, so they found her. Sadistic bastard. Okay. But she was in the spacesuit. And it was pressurized? Could I tell that from my investigation?
The vac suit was whole, other than the bullet hole that was put in it.
But was any hair pulled out from a decompression or anything like that?
Doesn't seem that way.
Okay, so
you can assume that the ship was pressurized at the moment of her death.
Yeah, so ship was probably still pressurized. Early. How big's this ship? About 100 tons?
It's the Serpent Scout. I'll have to double check.
So probably has a crew of 2?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay.
So what you've seen so far is the anomalous crater of rust in the cargo hold. All power and engineering are dead. Ship's completely dead. And you found the body of a young woman in the common area who was hiding.
Okay. Does her suit have a camera?
Maybe. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna call no on that.
I tried.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yadir will kind of look over at Doc and be like, Hamish, do you see any signs of human liquefaction?
Looking, no. That would be obvious unless it's hidden by the suit. I think we head to the bridge.
Yes.
Check the security cams. Because look around the room. Is there are there cameras in this room?
That's actually a good idea, Foon, actually. Yadir will kind of pipe up and look at Hamish and goes, what about rusting? On her, in this area?
Rusting. I mean, I heard you talking about it, but...
There might be some sort of corrosive aerosol.
Oh. Anything on her suit suggesting that?
Make an investigation
Why
check.
she was... Might be why she was in the suit. Let's see. Oops. Investigation.
You know, if we could detox this ship, this would not be a bad ship to have, just like as like our ground vessel.
Well, besides the weird alien, whatever the hell's on it.
Yeah. Like I said, like if we get this thing clean,
Does that smell as bad as humans?
Hamish, you're sitting there, crouching over the hole into the grate, looking down at this body. You don't see anything externally that would indicate any issues, but if you reach down and maybe by chance, maybe looking for clues, you touch her hand. Her hand gives way in an unnatural way. It's not really her hand, but maybe more of the tips of her fingers. If you were to perhaps cut the glove off of the hand and look further in, you can see that the tips of her fingers are almost rotten away. It's almost down to the bone, and you can look in, and there's actually a tip of the bone has faded away. She had bandages and wraps around the hand, but her hand suffered some sort of immediate necrosis.
It was eating her. I'll look over at you, dear. It was eating her.
Yadir will kind of go over it, and he'll see it, and goes,
Before she got in the suit. Yeah. Where's this rust?
It's in the cargo hold. There's a crater. I took a sample of it and put it in this vial. Hopefully we could do something with it later.
I'll float back and take a look at it using whatever sensors I've got and see if I can throw chemistry at it and come up with any conclusions.
All right.
He'll also say that there is a cargo containers full of what looks to be coffee. He did, Yadir kind of like looks at his vac suit hand, and he'll go like, kind of look at her rotten hand and look at his hand, and he's just like,
yeah, that wasn't smart.
He's not a scientist.
Hamish, you investigate the crater, and you can take a sample of the rust, feel the indentation into the metal flooring. Fairly deep crater. I mean, it seriously ate away at this ship. But as for a cause, there's nothing.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking, guys, let's get to the bridge and see if we can get the data core.
Yeah.
So we can read it on the guild T. Anyone who's touched anything, I don't care if it was the bulkhead or
Just
a
say
door,
everybody.
or you even picked your nose,
Everybody gets disinfected.
Yeah.
we're going through decon.
Some possible viral infection.
Are we
And
gonna check the captain's area up here? Foon is looking
The bridge. Yeah.
around the bridge.
Yadir will look over at Tulu and be like, "Do not take off your suit."
We're in space.
Well,
I wasn't
she
going
would-
to.
Vacuum. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, but Yadir's like, she could see that like Yadir is being like, "Do not take off that suit." Even if we repressurize, do not take off that suit.
I'm not afraid.
It's not fear.
No, you don't
It's
understand.
just taking caution.
No, she's not afraid. She's saying,
She's saying
No,
she's not
okay.
afraid to die.
No.
no, it's not that thing. Not everyone is Aslan.
Okay.
What are you
Let's
saying?
check the bridge.
Yadir will kind of like stay with her while you two investigate the bridge. He goes, "Are you saying that whatever happened here is gone?"
Yes, I think so. Gone.
Great.
Gone. 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 Hamish, you open up the bridge, and it looks normal. It looks as it should. Of course, all the systems are dead, but the black box, the terminals, everything seems to be present.
Okay.
If you want to extract the black box, make a mechanics check.
Yeah. Oh,
Boone
mechanics.
can do that.
Well, so can I. Well, technically we all can. But
Boone is gonna assist or help, whichever one you want. However you want the help. I can do it separately or with you.
Well, Hamish, if you take your time doing it, you can certainly do it yourself if you want. But Foon can also help.
Foon helps.
So you and
Doing
Foon,
all the heavy prying.
yeah, you and Foon carefully dig through the panels, the consoles. You have to dig pretty deep into the heart of the ship to get to the black box. But you can, and you can extract it. This will have navigation logs, crew logs, transponder information. All good information to dig through once you're back on your ship. And aside from that, the bridge seems clear.
Okay. Interesting. Well, let's get these logs back. See what more I can pull out of them.
Boone's gonna check around and see if there are any leftover weapons.
You can
Well,
search.
that's what I was about to do.
You can search the
check
ship
the
as
ship
much as you
locker.
like. If you want to make investigation, I think
I
investigation.
can make an investigation roll just so that I have done it. Guys, make sure I don't walk off the ship randomly.
Yeah, I'll do it with you.
I'll do one too. Yeah, fuck it.
Search the ship for any last things that you might have missed.
Yeah, got an 8.
Boone notices and thinks that there is air in this ship.
Boone, what you heard your dear, right? Keep your suit on.
Hamish, you can spend pretty much as much time as you want digging through at any crack corner of the ship. There doesn't seem to be any weapons left behind. There doesn't seem to be any more bodies. Aside from the anomalous crater, as far as your investigation goes into engineering, the bridge, everywhere else, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. Whatever happened here has passed.
Okay.
Yadir will kind of like go over to Hamish and he'll kind of like collaborate that there's nothing really of value other than the coffee and whatever else, and he'll go over to the woman, do the like injuries on her hand and stuff like that look like just rot, or does it look like something ate her, like something like bit into her?
This is not something that anybody would allow to go on to themselves. If this occurred to her, she would be in immense pain. It literally ate down into her bones of the fingers and disintegrated that as well.
Perhaps our friend back at the station, Mercy, killed her. This looks incredibly painful.
Something was killing her.
Yadir will kind of pull out a data sheet and kind of like go back over to the script that he jotted down, and he'll kind of like show it to Lou. He goes, "Do you see these anywhere here in this vessel? Do these mean anything to you?"
She stares at it for a moment before looking up at you and shaking her head. No, I don't know what that is.
Hamish, he'll kind of like zero G toss the thing at him and be like,
Mm.
see if you can find in the records of anything matching these descriptions, or if there's any writing on the walls, or anything.
There isn't. No writing on the
Damn.
walls. And as far as computer records, you'll need to get back on your ship for that.
Yeah, we'll need power. We'll need to jumpstart this ship and give it some power or something.
Yeah. Well, we can annotate the location, come back, do salvage.
Yeah.
Let's see what's on this black box. This data core.
Yadir will call over to Moira and be like, Moira, we're heading back towards the ship. The ship's been cleared. We have one deceased crew member. Possible contamination. We're gonna have to decon ourselves before we enter, so make sure that the airlock is sealed.
I will do. I'll grab the blow torches or whatever the hell we're going to use to friggin' disinfect you.
Right.
I'm not sure. Blowtorch is what I want to be disinfected.
I am sure there are some sort of
you're in a
chemical
bloody-
agents that we have
You're
aboard
in a
the
bloody
vessel.
vac suit. You're not going to feel a little bit of heat, Doctor.
God, that's an amazing way of doing disinfecting. All right. Well,
What? It's gonna freeze in space, and then I'm gonna burn it off.
yeah.
Blowtorch. Much.
Well,
Hmm.
if you're all
Can we
satisfied,
also
go ahead.
do a psionic sweep
Yep.
too?
I'm not satisfied, but like I need more answers. Damn it.
Well, I think if we can pause here for the night, if there's something that you guys want to do next session, we'll still be in the area.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Makes
as
sense.
we finish investigating the Serpent Scout for now, I'll provide you with the black box information over the Discord, and we will carry on from here next time.
Very
Hell
good.
yeah.
And thank you guys for
Sounds
playing.
good.
I'm going to stop recording.